Hacker voice. I admit.
It's so nice too. This last week I went and I got myself a second monitor, so the setup just keeps getting nicer over here.
That's
Luxury.
glorious.
Yeah.
I
That is.
know.
Oh, jealous. I need a second one. Not that I really need it, but I just got used to having two monitors, and now I feel so hamstrung with a single monitor.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
it's
So much
just so
alt-tabbing.
convenient for real,
Exactly.
yeah. Just to have a dedicated Discord one right now, like it's just
Mhm.
nice. It's worth it if you could do it, in my
Oh
opinion.
yeah.
One monitor goes for half Discord, half Twitch stream, and then the other one is for whatever else I'm doing, whether it's the game or all of my DM notes. Speaking of DMing, roll call.
Kaya.
Ryan.
Mikey.
Kyle.
And Steven! Welcome back, everybody, to episode number 5 of our Elemental Evil Mole Master campaign. Although I guess part of it could be like 4.4 going into 5. We'll get there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyways, welcome back. When we last left our adventurers after the events of the Fear Naval and the strange life and times of one Sebastian Stowe, we returned back to Mistress Vage's estates for an art gallery for the day. The notable artists being one Andric Goss, a real tortured artist type, in his large kind of mural landscape portraits of different places in Mulemaster. The party was given their daily assignments, with Jasper and Jove being who they usually are, guarding kind of the exhibits, making sure no one touches the arts, and trying, for better or for worse, to ease the nerves of the young Goss. On the other hand, we had Rory meet with another set of tavern owners, the owners of the Wave and the Wink Tavern, a dance hall, in a much different tavern than Crewmeg's own Oxpit Tavern. There, Rory, once again, for I think pretty much spot on every single start of the campaign, rolled his critical fail and had a whole barrel of wine drop straight onto his chest, nearly breaking the whole thing. If it's not vomit, it's another type of liquid. Then we had our favorite Freddy wait for two individuals of note. One Marim Tam, a bard who's rumored to know every song that's ever been written, and another red wizard, a rock, who is an interesting character who seemed to show quite an interest not only in Freddy but also the young Andric Goss. During this, Jasper finally cut through the bullshit with Delora, and after some prodding earlier by Saul, inquired about where her sister Lyrene had been for the last day or so. Not taking any more of the lying that she'd been privy to earlier, Delora explained that her sister had been trying to enter into the Zenitrim to get out of Mulemaster and had the foolhardy idea of trying to steal from the shrine to Umberlee, the uh, evil goddess of the sea, a destruction god, in lieu with the storm lord Talos. At a place known as the Last Drop, a bridge where people will offer coins or other items of sentiment, whether for safe passage to Umberlee across the seas in hopes of a loved one returning home, or very often as their last kind of tribute before committing suicide off the bridge. The party, after finishing their shift, deciding that they had ducked out of work numerous times earlier in the week, finished their shift and headed off to the Last Drop. There, they found the bridge mostly empty, save for one kind of vagabond looking individual, which Jove had a conversation revealing that he was actually Ekwars, a member of the Zenitrim, who had begun the process of initiating Lyrene into the family. On her part, to prove her loyalty, had to dive into the Last Drop and find out what rested on the bottom, whether it be monetary wealth or a collection of dead bodies. The Zenitrim was interested to know. She had gone down a number of hours before and had not returned back. Jove, ever the negotiator, was able to secure payment to follow in Lyrene and report back to Equars to see what was at the bomb blast drop. Finding the water below to be unnatural compared to typical Mulemaster Bay water, the party dropped into the water in intercession of Jasper, and then the rest of the party touched a series of kind of glowing runes on the side of the underwater wall at the bomb blast drop. And instead of finding treasure and bodies, found it to be empty, as these runes began to glow brightly. A kind of churning funnel of water shoots forth and sucks in the party, some of them taking a bit of damage on the way in. As they entered into this kind of underwater grotto, the party was able to successfully locate Lyrene, who seemed to have been half drowned by this point, cold and shivering. As Freddy began to speak to Lyrene, learning about how the grotto begins to fill with water, the rest of the party kind of hopscotching over these kind of raised platforms in the grotto, all successfully figured out a puzzle of sorts, all relating to water in its various forms. As these puzzles were completed, a set of enemies, amphibious, almost reptilian in nature, accompanied by some giant frogs, began a rather brutal combat, with most of the party going down at various points. A huge water constructed kind of peering eye of Umberlee watching down specifically on Jasper and Jove. The party, by the skin of their teeth, was able to survive the encounter, with Job landing the final blow on one of these attackers. We last left our party as Jasper and Jove are conscious, Freddy and Rory, whilst unconscious, are stabilized, and Lyrene also rescued for the time being. There's probably another 40 or so minutes left of this light cantrip for Jove's spear in this dark kind of grotto. We'll return back to the party as it stands. Jasper, you have just come to consciousness. Lyrene giving you your own health potion, bringing you back to the land of the living, with death looming at your door. Jove, you've successfully climbed out of the water, and you can see that, I believe, were you the one that stabilized Rory?
Yes, I did roll medicine.
Yes, so stabilizing Rory, seeing their breath come in naturally and stopping any bleeding wounds. The room is your guys's, with two of your party unconscious, Lyrene weak, and you both suffering some heavy wounds. What would you like to do?
Well, I would look over at Jasper, and if she hasn't gotten up already, he's going to do something that she offered him once, and that is a hand to help her get off the ground.
She takes it.
And with surprising strength, he's able to. And he's real low to the ground, so he kind of helps you up, Jasper. And
You can tell her eyes widen even behind the mask.
Well, Jasper, that was a close one now, and it looks like these two over here are safe for the time being. But I'm not sure how much longer we got light down here, and I can't see in the dark, so we probably should be fixing to carry these folks out of here sooner rather than later.
I don't think they're going to be able to hold their breath underwater if they're unconscious.
Well,
We may have to wait in the dark.
Wait for what, though? For us to get flushed out of this thing?
For them to wake up.
To wake up.
I
I'm not entirely sure how long that takes.
I have no fucking idea.
Um,
Out of curiosity, what's your passive perception?
Mine is 12.
You notice, since you're standing so close to her, that her hair, which is normally like kind of an ashy black, is currently like a much lighter color.
Okay. Does it look like dyes running out of it or anything like that dramatic, or just a
It
little
does.
bit?
It does look a bit mottled in color, like it's. Yeah.
You see
Strange.
Joe kind of to see all of that, and I'm sure Jasper is perceptive enough to know when she's been looked at.
Yeah.
But-
She like notices you like looking at her for an extended period of time, and then like looks at herself for a second, and like does like reflexively like like grab her hair and like move it behind her and kind of tie it back.
And Joe kind of looks at the ground and looks to try and give you some space, and looks over at Lyrene and says, well, Lyrene, right? Do you know, did these folks, the Zentarum, the Zent folks, did they give you any instructions about coming down here, how to get out, or is your whole mission just figuring out what's going on down here?
Yeah, it's gonna be the latter. We're supposed to
Nice.
come down here, see what happens, come back up. Honestly, I thought there'd just be nothing but dead bodies and treasure at the bottom of the last drop. I didn't think it'd be this fucking hellhole.
Well, I think what we're gonna have to do, or at least this is where my mind's at, is that we're just gonna have to, rope these folks to our backs, and we'll just have to swim up. And if they get some water in their lungs along the way, well, shit, we'll just have to administer some first aid once we get surface side. I just don't know. I know there was some water was filling up this room and then it stopped. I don't know exactly what happened to make that water stop, but I don't want the water to begin again and us get caught down in here. Plus, it really smells bad, and I just I'm starting to get hungry. So,
Out of curiosity, Lyrene, what time did you jump in? Like, whenabouts during the day?
Late afternoon, enough light to still be out to see, but late in the day, so most folks wouldn't be around.
And when did we get here?
You guys
Yeah.
got there by evening. So from what she's saying, you're probably thinking, a number of hours that she's been down here.
Okay. Jasper like looks down at Freddy for a long time, and then Rory. I don't know that I can risk that. I don't want to be responsible for these two dying.
well,
Like if the water starts to fill the room, we can make a go at it, I guess. But
Whatever you guys did with the whole writing on the water thing, it stopped as soon as you figured it out. I wasn't able to do it, but you guys were.
so you were just caught down in here, and it was churning and just keeping filling up. And I mean, where was it near the top? What exactly were you experiencing before we waltzed on in here?
When I got down in here, luckily I can see in the dark. The water would shoot up there. Those weird symbol things with its, I don't know, fucking riddle would go off. I would try to guess something. I kept guessing wrong, and then the water would fill higher and higher until, yeah, she, looks kind of panicked for a second. Well, I'd go until I couldn't go anymore, and then after a while, it would fill out or go somewhere, and then it would start all over again. Probably 3 times now.
Okay, that doesn't seem like it's going to be a problem again then, or else we would have been, seeing the water come through. So Jasper, do you think we should just rest here for a little bit and see if these folks come too, and if something happens, we just hightail it out of here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't relish sitting in an underground cavern in the dark, but
Well, I got a torch, so we can at least have a little bit of warmth going. But yeah, I feel like we could take a short rest here, and hopefully these folks can have their senses come to them.
yeah.
Perfect. So speaking of which, Freddie and Rory, can you both roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Sure can.
Yeah.
That's a 13 for Rory.
13.
Constitution. 14.
13, 14. All right. Would you both roll me a d6?
Five.
5.
Okie dokie. And what are your guys' Constitution modifiers?
Plus 2.
2.
Plus 2 as well.
Plus 2. Okay. Jove and Jasper, as you sit around, light a torch. An hour goes by. Your torch begins to go out. Jove, I believe if you have what I would assume is an explorer's pack, I believe you have 10 torches.
Yes,
To start. You've used one in the past.
I have.
So you would have 9. You go to 8, and then 7, and then 6. And in the third hour, both Rory and Freddie begin to stir. You both come back. It's cold. You're wet, in a lot of pain, but you are alive.
Welcome back.
Why are we still down here?
I was gonna ask something like that too. Ugh.
Well, we gotta swim back up, and the chances of you two holding your breath for long enough unconscious was just about 0, so we figured we'd risk the wait.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to ask you two to make that swim as soon as you can.
Yeah, give me just a sec to do a little bit of a stretch. And I imagine like he tries to like kind of do that, like putting your arms out to stretch your chest. And I imagine that's where he probably got bit. And like that's just not feeling great.
Oh, yeah. You can actually feel like chunks where muscle like isn't there. Where it's like you should feel that stretch and you're just like, oh, that feels awful because that muscle's been bitten off of me.
Wonderful. Alrighty. Well, I'm not going to be getting any better down here, unfortunately, so whenever you all feel like you're ready for it, if you wouldn't mind throwing out the rope, I might appreciate that too.
I will say that Jove and Jasper, you guys did have a chance to take a short rest if you would like.
I would like.
I would like that as well.
Yeah, 3 hours of just sitting in the dark, just kind of bebop and wait for them to get up. Yeah, that's plenty of time to take a short rest.
So, I imagine there's no light on the path back, so chances are Lyrene's gonna have to do a bit of guiding here.
Yeah, I could do that.
Do y'all think we should, like, tie all of ourselves to one rope so we can lead each other, or do you want to make multiple trips?
That's a good question. Maybe we partner up with have myself and maybe Rornak tied together, and then Jasper, you and Freddie can be tied together. That way, we have some of our more well rested folks, there to help the others along just in case. And Lyrene, dealer's choice on who you want to get wrapped up with.
Yeah, I'll stick with you. And she looks over to you, Jasper.
So be it. Let's do it.
So you guys kind of are you like using a rope and like hitching yourselves together, kind of like
Yeah,
around the
I'll-
waist.
And if it helps at all, I do have the sailor background and whatnot. So I have a feeling my knots probably should be knot tying skills probably pretty good.
Your knot tying skill is pretty good. Cool part about being a sailor. So yes, with Joe's knot tying proficiency, you guys are linked up together. So I assume
And sorry, what was the plan? Was I hooked up to Roarneck or Freddy?
you're hooked up to Freddie and Lyrene.
Okay.
Jove, I'll try not to sink you on this one.
Well, I have a feeling that I actually probably weigh more than you do. So we'll just keep things nice and light and bright. So.
Well, I hope you've learned how to swim at least. Also,
Well, I never said that I couldn't swim. I just said it wasn't my favorite thing.
yeah, that's fair. I could probably relate on that one. And thanks as well. I don't know if it was you that helped me out there or not, but it's good to be living and not saying less mercy to say the least.
Well, I wasn't going to let some fish stick run you through. Not if I was, not if this arm has anything to say about it. And he's going to kind of flex and slap his bicep.
Yeah, of all the ways I thought I might go a Mole Master, that would have been a sad one. Thank you.
Well, the day's not over yet, so let's make sure we get out of here alive before we're celebrating.
Agreed.
So, you guys enter into the water. How exactly do you guys want to do this?
We'll have Lyrene in front, and then Freddy, and then Jasper, and then yeah. I mean, it's up to her if she wants to make 2 trips or if she wants to like have a rope that isn't tied to like Jove or something, but just like a free rope just to help lead him. I don't know.
I'm going to say
seems
you
like our
guys are the
2
adventurers.
options.
You tell me.
Well, Freddie, can you cast your that light magic on my shield again? That way we have Lyrene with the dark vision helping y'all over there, and then we kind of got light coming off of our end. And since if we go behind you, hopefully our light will kind of illuminate you folks as you head out first.
Bam.
Sounds good.
Bam, it's done.
All right, Freddie, it lights up in the majority of the grotto. As this light kind of comes up. Freddie, is there a specific color of light? I believe that is something you can choose, just for flavor.
It is something you can choose, but for the circumstance and the fact that he probably can't really focus too much on spells or doesn't want to focus on spells right now, it's probably just a white light.
Yeah, that nice sterile hospital light.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can see your pores really well right now. Surprisingly, Freddie, you've got really good skin right now. A lot of the grind's been washed off of you. Way less dirty than usual. You guys head into... I'm going to have everybody make a Constitution saving throw. As you guys kind of work together. This is less about strength. This is more of just like keeping your head above water, being able to hold your breath when you need to, moving as kind of a unit. So everybody go ahead and make Constitution saving throw.
That's a 6.
6.
That is a regular 20.
Regular 20.
15.
Ooh.
Crit
15.
fail for 3.
Funnily enough, so with Lyrene rolling just a 10, making hers 10, everybody kind of balances out here. Unsurprisingly, Freddy and Rory, this is, even though the swim from here to kind of that ledge on the right, where the kind of the water symbols and the riddles were being almost like a waterfall heading upwards, it's really only at most like a 50, 60-foot swim, but it feels like it could have been miles. By the time you guys hit the opposite end, you're almost holding on literally onto Jasper and Jove, respectively. As you guys get there, it's exhausting. You both take a point of exhaustion. Jove and Jasper, it's rough going, but luckily your own kind of hardiness and your strength is able to keep them there from drowning. You're thinking that had you gone with them unconscious, they surely would have been drowning by the time you got to the other end of this. But you make it on there onto this kind of ledge, and it continues down a tunnel. Your lights kind of beaming down it for the the 30 and then the 30 feet of dim light afterwards, and you see that it goes down, and you can see that there are some smaller passages that hook off to the left or to the right, and kind of more of a singular main one that continues on farther down into this kind of rocky, uneven grotto tunnel. What would you like to do?
Apologies, you're saying we came up in a grotto tunnel rather than where we came from?
Oh, you guys wanted to go to the left, back where you came from?
Um,
I
thought
didn't
you
know
guys...
that there was more to
yeah,
go.
I didn't realize, yeah, I mean,
Yes, on the right
I did,
side, where you guys... Remember you guys were all on the platforms?
right.
Uh-huh.
There was that other ledge, and as you guys were exploring that, that's when the water with the symbols came up.
Oh, right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was where I thought you guys were going. Where to what was behind that.
I mean, I guess we should
Well,
have that conversation retroactively. Unless that's what everyone wants to do.
I just want to get out of here.
yeah, we were offered the 100 gold from Eckers to find out whatever important was down here, and I think that was the thing that Lyrene, that you were sent down here for. So, Lyrene, I'll pass this to you. Do you feel like you passed whatever test that these folks sent you down here for?
I mean, I haven't really found anything except for drowning, so, I mean, if that's what they want to learn, then congrats, but I don't know how to get back. Like, it's... If you go back the way that I'm sure you guys dove down and got sucked in, that big
Yeah.
shitty kind of thing. I mean, trust me, if it was just as easy enough as going back through that, I would have left here.
I suppose forward it is.
Yeah, Doms, is there any I don't know, any markings, any claw mark? I know we're kind of like underwater, right? And so it's probably hard to pick up any sort of like tracks or anything like that. But is there any distinguishing features between the three options in front of us? Does one look wider? Do I feel air passing through? Any of that kind of stuff?
Go ahead and roll me roll me an investigation.
That's a crit fail, but I'm a halfling. What? Not much better though. Only 9.
A 9. Everything's just so wet and rocky here. There's not the usual kind of trail that you're looking for. So the central one does seem bigger than the ones off to kind of the sides. But besides size, there's nothing really that you glean from this.
Well, folks, this isn't exactly my home terrain down here, so really the only thing I can go off of is gut feeling. We've got a nice big breezeway in front of us and two smaller passages. Do you folks want to go down Main Street, or we gonna try and snake around?
I have a feeling Main Street is what we're looking for right now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. Well, with that, you guys continue down this kind of central tunnel. It goes on for a while, but at the end of your exploration, you come to kind of a larger room. Not as large as the grotto you were in previously, um, but what you see is a waterfall. However, rather than falling down, it also flows upwards. There's a 10-foot diameter hole in the floor where the water shoots up from, but there's no hole in the ceiling. Instead, as the water hits, it doesn't like splash like it's hitting a solid like sheet of rock. It just continues on. Everybody, roll me a perception check.
That's a 15.
15,
12 passive.
12,
10 passive.
10. Freddy,
11.
11. Rory, you're able to see kind of bobbing up there in this kind of never-ending kind of turning motion. Similar to one of the patterns you saw earlier, is a blue kind of viscous-looking potion bottle that goes, and you can just see it kind of in the flow of this water as the light hits it. Just this darker blue from the kind of churning, clear color water flowing upwards. You could see it bobbing there at the top, not quite disappearing up past, just like falling and then getting knocked back up, almost hidden inside kind of the upward motion of this reverse flowing waterfall.
Do you guys see that? It looks like there's some sort of concoction or something in there. And can Rory actually, is he in a spot where he can go up and safely grab that? Or
You'd have to get into the waterfall,
gotcha.
or the water rise, as the case may be.
I mean, what reason do we have to not trust water? Am I right?
Well,
How,
I'm typically game to go get it. I am feeling a little weary after our last little escapade, but no one else wants to try. I'll take a crack at it.
I feel like Lyrene should be the one to do it. But if she can't, and Jasper looks at her with like a bit of shade, I will do it.
No. I got this. You're right. This is my thing. I got this. All right. Go. Give me some space. She, breathes real heavy, looks back to you, Jasper, and you can see that there's annoyance and also a good bit of swallowed fear. As she steps forward into this, and woof, you see her hit the waterfall, start rising up with the water. She kind of scrambles to grab at this potion, and then as she's about to smack into the top of this, she whoop, and is gone.
Bye. All right, how do we get out of here?
Jasper goes for.
Do we want to do a little fishing expedition? We could, tie somebody up, and that way, if they get pulled through whatever that is, maybe we can start reeling them back in.
Yeah,
I'm
I
probably
feel
the
like.
lightest of all of us.
All right, Freddy.
Ba-ba-da-da. Freddy to the rescue.
Go get him.
Jasper ties herself to Freddy.
Freddy, you
We're using a lot of rope on this one, huh, guys?
You never have too much rope.
Well, we keep using the same rope. It's not like we're throwing it away after each one. That'd be stupid. But I'm just saying, this is some pretty good high mileage out of
Okay,
this rope.
She could be dying right now, you know?
Guys, I just about rope right now.
You ever
Joe's gonna
thought
help
about
Jennifer.
rope?
Freddie!
Okay, I'm going.
Freddy, as you step into this and feel yourself lifted up, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. Whoa! Possibly the first good roll of the campaign. I haven't really been keeping good track, but dexterity saving throw, that's a 20.
That's a 20. Yeah, you step
Holy
into
shit.
it in like Iron Man style with hands out and feet set. You just and are lifted forward. And as you go up, you get the perfect, just like you put your hand out, grab hold of this potion bottle, and as you hit the top, you are shot forward. You find yourself looking at kind of the cityscape of Mulemaster as you're kind of got this kind of half turn as it's almost turning you, spinning you up forward. You see yourself rising above the last drop, and then you look out and you see the whole bay of Mulemaster for just a second, and then you are falling, and you land on both feet, potion in hand, rope still tied to you, and there is Lyrene, who is brushing herself off, standing, kind of spitting water off the last drop. She turns back to you. Oh, hey.
Hey, do you have message? Do you know how to you wait, no, you probably not. You're not of the cloaks, so you probably don't have magic. Never mind. I don't have message.
Was I dragged too, or just the rope?
Make me a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Can,
I mean, I physically tied it to myself,
Yeah,
so.
make me a strength saving
Okay,
throw.
okay, gotcha.
He said what he said.
Yeah, just making sure. Oh, I failed that, buddy boy, probably. That's 12?
Jasper is pulled alongside. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, shit. That is much better. That's a 16.
A 16. Yeah, Freddie, you just finished saying that when you feel the rope slacken, like there's a tug and then it slackens, and you turn around and you see Jasper, and she hits and kind of stumbles. You catch yourself, Jasper, on kind of the other side of the last drop bridge, away from where you came from, but you stop and there's just kind of a bit of a lean forward as you're now looking at the Bay of Mulemaster at the last drop below you, almost kind of like a big loop, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But the rope is between you as the three of you are now there. Jove and Rory, you see this and just foom, foom, foom. It is just the two of you in there now.
well, we'll probably get a move on. Just, that this isn't good, so.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is not leading to anything good, but staying here isn't going to help us out much.
After you, my friend.
Try it out then, and he'll go ahead and jump in.
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, jump in. You can lead.
Dang, sad that I have disadvantage because I was a nat 20. Still good though. That's now an unnatural 20.
Yeah, you, and there's kind of that lightness as you get like a really, Rory, as you're kind of looking out, you kind of get to see this view of the Bay of Mulemaster and all the lights from different taverns and candle lights. And just, it almost looks like, just like this, I don't know, like a chorus of just small fires around the Bay of Mulemaster. This kind of
It's
cold,
probably the
crisp air.
most scenic. Yeah, it's probably the most scenic view he's had here this whole time.
Yeah, it really is something to be said, but of course it ends far too quickly as gravity once again takes hold and pulls you from this site. But you land, and there's hardly a sound as you hit the kind of do like a stutter step, just boop, boop, two small hops, and then you're there with the rest of your party.
Good to be back. Hope Jove is still on his way over as he looks behind him.
Joe, make me a dexterity saving throw.
God damn it.
Is that a 2?
It is a 2. So,
Oh no!
a halfling's crit fail. I got for a total of 6.
Oh, yeah. Joe, if you step in there, you're like, I got this. I'm hardy. But the hardiness does not help. Just because you're kind of short, wide stature, you take a step forward and it kind of diagonal spins you as you are launched up, and you just catch way more air. Just, but it's not this nice serene, it kind of up and glide like Rory. It is just the spinning. You're seeing
She's
the
the head
bay,
over
the
here.
sky, the bridge, just
Oh no.
bah! As you hit the bridge in kind of the center of everybody, taking 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you onto the
Ooh.
stone bridge.
Jasper walks over to pick Jove up. You all right, buddy?
Just give me a second and then just scrape me up off of this cobblestone and I'll be fine.
She does.
You kind of grab him by the shield, which I assume you have holstered, and there is almost kind of a little bit of a peel sensation as the coal sort of pulls off of him, and you get Joe back onto his feet.
Fucking trooper here.
Well, now I'm wet and I'm cold. Starting to get a little bit hungry. Feel like my coin purse needs some gold in it.
Well, then sounds like you got some fucking information for me then, huh? As you hear a voice kind of walking up, the kind of tattered cloaks put to the side, the hood drawn but down, the clean-shaven look, elven face of Ekwars approaches.
Well, here she is, Ekwars. We found her, and I think she found what you needed. So looks like we're all happy campers today.
Actually, technically, we acquired what you needed.
And Ekwars looks at you with a kind of turns his head to the side and kind of nods. All right, so what'd you all find down there? Why don't we make this just a nice little gab session, huh?
Before we show you, how did you know about this particular item?
What item?
The treasure. How did you know there was something special down there?
Oh, well, you know, the family hears things. We got a network of sorts.
Talk to fish people too?
If they've got something we want to hear, but not specifically.
Well, we just went through all sorts of hell to get that for you. So we feel like we're due a bit of explanation beyond just here's some gold.
Well, first off, why don't you tell me what the fuck it is you found down there? Okay, because you're talking about fish people, a treasure, all these things, wanting me to explain what I asked you all to go find. Do you see how this kind of doesn't make any sense if you go around it the whole thing?
I'm trying to remember. Who identified the symbol of Umberlee down there? Someone
I believe
did.
that was you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Yes.
I got the impression that those fish people and bizarre frog monsters down there, they served Umberlee, and this seems to be an item that she coveted. And
Fish people and frog
Jasper
monsters,
turns to
huh?
Freddy. I need
What?
it. You have
No.
the
What?
potion,
The
right?
potion? Oh yeah, I do.
That was in character conversation.
I was more concerned about, the water rise. I forgot about the potion. And also the fact that I got flung over the city and then I landed and everything was okay. It's not normal. But yeah, I have a potion. This potion.
So you're telling me that you dove down in there, found some sort of special place with water rising, fought fish people, giant fish toad monster things, found a special potion, and got launched out from underneath the water back onto this bridge. Irene, is that about right? Yeah, that's about the gist of it. Well, that's definitely not what I thought was going to be down there, to be honest. Were there any weird bodies or shit tons of coin down there?
Nope.
Jasper has a very irritated posture. Not that we noticed.
Huh. What's wrong with that at all? Well, information is always valuable, so I believe I owe you some coins.
I believe you said 100 of them.
That I did. And he pulls out that same kind of, hefty looking sack of coins and tosses it over to you, Jove. Go ahead and count them if you like.
He doesn't.
Trustworthy. Foolish, but respectable. He goes over to Lyrene and leans in and whispers something to her and kind of takes her, kind of by the hand and kind of puts one hand on the shoulder, another on the hand, and kind of shakes and nods and looks to the rest of you. Well, thanks for the information getting Lyrene back. I think that'll be real important for what we've got stored next. If any of you were ever looking for some more work or ever feel like you really do like the sound of gold coins flying through the air at you, you go ahead, come down to the Zanghetto. Lyrene will always be able to show you where. The family could always use some more members like you. As he begins to turn on his heel, pulls up his hood, and begins to walk away.
Rory will kind of say a little bit under his breath to the party as he starts to get a distance from them. I don't know if that family's really worth it.
Fucking not, let me tell you. There's a lot bigger fish in Momaster than the fucking Xanatrim.
I'm a little new to taking on these jobs and the trade and all here, and he'll kind of open up the robe a little bit and show off again the chest that's got the chunk in it. And he's like, I feel like I probably should have been paid more. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, I don't much like this either, to be honest.
Well, I do believe Lyrene's sister did agree to give some coin as well if we were able to locate her twin. So we do got a little bit more coming on the back end.
That's true. That wasn't so much a take on you as it is on them, you know?
Right. Suddenly, Jasper's posture changes and double checks her to make sure her pelt that usually is up in a hood above her head is still kind of covering her hair, Joe. And says, I gotta go. I'm late for something. You can You can count mine out later. And she leaves without even waiting for a response.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, Freddie, what's your passive perception?
11.
Mm, yeah, you probably don't notice. Anyway.
Well, I don't know about you all, but I've been cold, wet, and now hungry for at least 45 minutes. So I'm going to go warm my belly and my feet at a tavern and call this a day well adventured. If you guys, and he'll count out the rest of the portions for everybody. So I believe, 25 gold a pop?
Mm-hmm. That is how you split
Nice.
104 ways.
Yep. And so, well, you boys are welcome to join me. If not, I'm sure I'll see you sooner rather than later.
Give me a second to head back and just kind of wrap myself up a little bit, and then if you're still there, I'll see you.
Well, y'all have a jolly good night.
My
He'll
question.
saunter off.
Yeah, my question for you, Jove, is where do you go to?
I was kind of thinking of him going back to the Lean and Boot.
Yeah, go to the Lean and Boot.
Yeah, because we're already kind of in that part of town, right?
Yeah, the Leaning Boot is from here. Leaning Boot this way forward. So, yeah, you would just if you keep heading across over the bridge, it'll lead you to a secondary bridge on the west kind of side of Mulemaster, and then just a short jaunt down over to the Leaning Boot. So yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna go do that and go see if he can get a good deal on some food, and if he sees, I've got her name written down. If he sees the girl Ilva, he'll if he sees Ilva or Sebastian or Mixie at the Lean and Boot, he'll just have friendly chat. Not that I necessarily have anything that I particularly want to tell them at this point, but just want to keep those relationships going if he sees them.
Yeah. You head over to the Leaning Boot. You see the elderly woman Ma, who is behind there with her, she's got a big pipe and smoking. You don't see Sebastian and Ilva, but you do see Mixie. He's doing kind of a later shift, and she serves you. She gets you some ale and some food. It comes out for you 3 silver.
Perfect.
For a drink and a meal.
And is it 1,000 to 1 or 100 to 1 for the ratio for silver to gold?
I believe it is. Let me double check. Silver to gold ratio. Uh, 10 silver pieces for every gold.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Perfect. I've got that marked down. And besides that, he'll just kind of do the classic, Aragorn and the Prancing Pony. Like after he has his stuff, he's just going to be chilling out in the corner, smoking his pipe weed, just keeping his eye on the rabble in this town.
Yeah, it's a. You keep your eye up, but sooner rather than later, you do feel a call for slumber after having a good meal, a drink, maybe even a second one that Mixie brings around for you. It's kind of later, a quiet night. One scuffle breaks out, but they take it outside. Between two, one kind of poshy looking kid versus a equally young but more kind of scallywag, like dock worker versus merchant. You can hear the signs of a young scuffle up front, but it's an overall kind of quiet evening in this kind of part of town.
The one last thing that I'll say before I yield my time is that he spends that portion of the evening also just kind of reflecting on what happened earlier, because in game terms, that last encounter was the first time he ever used magic, and so he's just kind of reconciling what exactly happened there when all of his senses sharpened and all of that kind of thing. So he's kind of, that's on his mind before he heads off to bed and
Yeah,
sleeps.
Jove, I'll say as you are, coming to the end of it with some drinks and you're holding your dragon egg with kind of the crack and thinking about that light and the way you feel as the evening comes to a close. You feel that kind of sharpening of senses once again and look at the egg. And this time, as that kind of heightening of senses happens, you can see that kind of metallic kind of shine from the egg go. And as soon as that sensation fades, the light also fades from it. It should kind of have your evening, and you sit on that information as we come to a close. Rory, where do you go for the evening?
Well, I was at first gonna head back towards just kind of where I had been staying. I imagine Rory was gonna get just some more of like the bandages that he usually kind of just wraps around his arms and legs, but just kind of wrap it mostly this time around like the chest and any other wounds, just to try and like just to try and make himself look not as grisly out and about. And I also realized that he said he would try and meet up with Jove, but has no idea exactly what inn that he went to. So, um, I think,
Go ahead and roll
I,
me an investigation check, just for funds.
yeah, of course. That's a 12.
A 12? You only know of really, you know the Ox Pit Tavern, you know the Wave and Wink, and then you know of the Leaning Boot. Um, so roll me a d6.
That's a 3.
A 3? Yeah, Rory. You do find yourself at the Leaning Boots. After taking some time to kind of wrap yourself up, you think of really the only, like, you've heard of the Wave and Wink, but you only really know where two other taverns are in this place. Um, and you do find yourself in the Leaning Boots, looking for Jove. Jove, we'll say before you have that kind of moment, if you'd like, there is Rory does show up after you've gone through a good bit of your food and drink.
Well, hello there, friend. Do you have room for one more outsider to join you?
Well, of course. There's always room for a friend like you, Rornak. Speaking of which, I know you're an outsider, and but I don't know really where you're from. I haven't really, I try not to pry. We haven't really talked a whole lot about yourself there, Rornak.
Well, I imagine most of that information won't get me terribly far, or I guess isn't always necessarily important for me when I'm out here. But, well, are you familiar at all with the glacier? Well, the glacier that's
Uh,
nearby here at all. I don't know if you're not actually from this area yourself, right?
no. I'm from actually Featherdale, but I've done a good amount of traveling. My family owns the Featherfoot Express. You may have heard it as called FedEx, but we do a good bit of traveling, moving people stuff here and there, selling. So I've been to many places. I've heard of this glacier of yours, but that's a little outside the beaten path.
Yeah, it is certainly a trek from where we are to there. One that I did take myself on my way over here, but yes, that is where I spent most of my days beforehand. Certainly, certainly a different change of scenery and a completely different way of life. But in a way, that's kind of what brought me out here.
Yeah, sick of home, that kind of thing.
Uh, I do miss it dearly, a lot actually, but I believe it was one of those scenarios where I felt like I got everything I kind of could get out of that home. I don't know if everybody there necessarily understands it, but Well, sounds different from you. It sounds like you didn't have a choice, but for me, well, I guess I did, but I felt like there wasn't much of a choice for me at that point, you know?
I reckon that we're a little more similar than you may think. I know the feeling of outgrowing something that you've been doing for a while. It's one of the reasons I was in Flan. Sure, the reason I'm in here now is because of the calamity that beset upon Flan. But I get what it's like to want to grow outside of your your comfort zone. I don't know how comfortable a glacier is.
Well, it is about as comfortable as you think, but it takes a lot of focus and a lot of really honing your senses, your body, your mind, everything around the area around you. And truly, I mean, that is part of why I am here. But in my opinion, the glacier, it's a test that I feel like I have passed at this point. Mole Master, though, well, I don't think it takes a lot for you to realize that it's nothing like being at the glacier, but that's exactly why it's something I need to conquer, if that makes sense. It's a new way to test the body. I'm used to something harsher physically, but Mole Master, now that, well, I guess you might say if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, but really I'd say it's more, I don't know. It's the next test for my body and for me that frankly I was never going to get back where I was at.
I think harshness is the city motto here. If the small sampling of the people that I've met are representative of the larger population. But I tell you what, Rornak, I don't think we're the only outsiders here between all of them Flan refugees, and I think there's some growth. That there's a reason people come to this city. Take what you want, or what you can when you can. One of those things. And I think we're doing just that, Rornak. And you know what? I know I kind of spilled my guts the other day to you, and I appreciate you being such a great listener for all that. But if you ever get to the point where you want to talk about home, want to hear some stories, you let me know. I completely respect your privacy. Don't feel like you have to open up right here, right now. But you know, if there's anything I am besides a halfling and good looking, it's sincere.
Well, it is good to have a genuine, sincere friend out here, Jove. And, well, you've already shared more about yourself with me, given I believe you were talking about the egg. I don't know if this is really a spot to bring it up. It seemed private the last time you mentioned it, but, uh, you know, happy to be here for you on that one. I guess, well, would you entertain a question? It's a little out there, but I'm just curious what your take is, especially as someone not from Mole Master.
Well, shoot.
What is your personal thoughts on mercy and on martyrs? I'm curious, just because, well, I've seen a little bit of mixed signals from this town, but I'm curious to you. You seem like someone who cares, someone who puts a lot of effort in. What is a mercy to you?
I think mercy is something that you give to other people, whereas becoming a martyr, that is done to you after you die. After you're gone, that other people decide that you're a martyr. But only the individual can decide to be merciful if they so please. I think mercy is going beyond, well, it's doing the right thing. And now I'm not saying that all bad deeds should go unpunished, but my thoughts on mercy are that it is something that we should be striving for. But some situations, well, they require us to be merciless.
So you believe that mercy is something that can be taken as well?
Absolutely. I think that enough harm can be done to any one person where they they go ahead and bleed all the mercy out of them. Those people are just husks of no good nothing. They'd sell their mother for a pint of ale. You know what I'm saying? Mercy is something that it's sort of like a currency, as it were, and you know, the rich in heart have it.
True. And one day or another, it comes and collects, it seems. You know,
Oh
Joe,
yeah.
I think we do have a lot more in common than I first thought.
Well, hey, I'll drink to that.
Then thank you for entertaining my wild questions. I appreciate it.
And he's going to wave over Mixie and buy you around, Rornak, and we'll
Why, thank you.
he'll start spinning you a tale of one of his roadie tales from back in the day as the night kind of goes on.
Rory, go ahead and add a +1 for the Hercules reference. Don't think I didn't notice that.
Of course.
We'll move over to Freddy after the events of this with that potion in hand. How do you end your evening?
Probably gonna take a trip to the cloaks.
Absolutely. So this would be a good point to draw this in. So the cloaks, they have their own tower. It is called the Tower of Arcane Might. If we pull up our map, this will be
On the map, on the map, on the map, on the map.
Tower of the
on the
Cloaks
map.
are over in yonder region. And then kind of if we look at the orange map, to the east, you'll see the parts of the city that don't seem to be connected. I believe that's where I'm looking, right? Tower Administrator 2000. Where is it? Ah, 16.
Yeah, 16 is next to 7, so it's just north of the big blade
Yeah,
towers.
just north of there, and you see the Temple of Arcade Might. It's this kind of massive stone tower complex that houses what is formerly known as the Brotherhood of the Cloaks, although that's kind of the archaic usage that's fallen out of favor over time. So now it's just typically referred to um, as the Cloaks. It has libraries, dormitories, laboratories, and rumors have it, not that you've been able to see so far, Freddie, that there's storehouses of gold and magical items inside.
There's gold in them hills?
There's gold in them towers. Um, as you kind of enter into the gates, you see always kind of at the front of it, there are a number of golems, these large, almost cobblestone statues that stand the entrance. And as you enter in front of it, you have your medallion of the cloaks out, as you do, as a proud member that you are. And the golems stand aside and allow you to enter.
Alright, I'm gonna just look around for pretty much anybody.
There's always a number of individuals. You reckon that nowadays the cloaks are about 300 members strong. Um, so you know some basic stuff. You know where like the main library is. You know where the dormitories are, of which you have access to. Is there anybody in specific that you are looking for?
Not really, so I'm looking for maybe some kind of magical healing because I have a giant hole in my chest. And also just somebody to report to about the multiple things that I've experienced so far because I haven't really gone back to report because I've been busy with at Miss Faj's.
Indeed, that is true. So why don't you roll me just a perception check?
3, so 11. Oh wait,
Three.
disadvantage. So 6. Because
6.
your passive goes down 5 when you have disadvantage.
Yeah. So, looking around, it is later in the evening. You don't see anyone that you immediately recognize. However, entering in, moving from one of the towers, as you kind of looking around, seeing a lot of sleeping cloaks in some of the dormitories, you do see the mustachioed face of Nevlon Dijuan moving through. He's got a small kind of globule of lights in an open book as he's moving through, and he moves kind of the light to the side and twirls part of the mustache for a second and then brings the light back in as you notice him.
Hey, Nevlon.
Yeah. Ah, Freddy.
Yeah, hey, are we allowed to use inside voices or are we supposed to whisper?
It is later in the evening, but if you require excess noise, you may follow me to my chambers.
Yeah, okay.
He leads you into one of the larger towers there, and leads you a number, probably 2 stories up into kind of his own dormitory of sorts. You see that there are, it is nearly packed on every single wall with books. There's not like a big, nice formal bed. Instead, it's more of like a cot shoved to a side so that there's more space for bookshelves.
Hmm.
And with like one large kind of central desk, like right in the center of the room, there doesn't appear to be any sort of windows in here. Um, it's all just nothing but one big desk that has a number of scrolls and such and parchments, other things that you would notice, like fine inks and such, and then just bookshelves on bookshelves. All right, Freddie, feel free to speak at your desired volume.
So, I'm in need of a couple things. One, I'm in need of somebody to, so I've been going on adventures other than the one that you gave me with the same folks. And on this last one, I got a bit of a hole in my chest. And by a bit of a hole in my chest, I mean I'm not exaggerating, there's a hole in my chest.
What presents this hole in your chest?
Uh, uh,
Ah, hmm. That is most assuredly a hole in your chest. Well, you have
yes, it'd be great if something could be done to help that.
yes. Stand for just a moment, and goes over to his desk and picks up kind of a quill and um, kind of writes out a message that you see, and Nevlon Dijuan requesting healing services and a number that matches to kind of his room, and it as he finishes writing it, it kind of lifts off as if it was from a page in midair. And a few moments later, you see another cloak, a younger male individual, comes in and has a number of components, pulls them out, and um, Nevlon kind of points over to you, makes a hand as he continues to kind of look in his book. This individual goes out and begins putting almost looks like a long string, um, almost like stitches, and kind of like catch cradles them in the hand and then places them against your chest, and the threads kind of bind to your chest and begin to pull the flesh together. You receive. Where's my date? That's a D20. That's not quite what we're looking for.
I'll take a
Here we
D20
are.
if you ain't.
I'm sure you would. You heal for 7 as
Okay.
it kind of knits together and gets smaller and smaller. The threads almost get more condensed and tight as it quite literally pulls that. So while there is still going to likely be a scar there, it's closed it sufficiently. A lot of the pain has been removed. There is no longer an active hole in your chest.
Okay, the other thing, and I mean, I guess you're as good as anybody to report my findings to, especially since you already are privy to one of my many adventures in this, uh, I guess, just city. I was gonna say wonderful city, but we all know that it's not the best.
Well, continue on.
So there's the one with your brother, and I already told y'all about the guys that were doing the magic ritual thing, so not much else to report there. And then the second one. What was the second one? Was the second one the funeral, or was there something? There was something in between.
No,
Was
that
there?
was the envy like crushing earth. That was when you went to the Ox Pit Tavern, went to those
Right.
tunnels.
Oh, right, the tunnels. So there was this place that was being raided for something. They don't really know what or why, and so he asked us to protect it. And then all of a sudden, there was this burrowing thing, and it was the Emerald Enclave. And then the Emerald Enclave lady went in, and she didn't know what was going on, and we went down there to go find her. And then there was these badges, and one of them I named him Little Timmy. He said that the cult of the Black Earth called, and we answered. So that's a name that if the folks don't know about it, they should definitely keep on the tip of their minds and maybe start reading up on, because it seems like they're starting to have business in Molemaster.
Cult of the Black Earth. Huh. And he begins to uh, pull out a separate kind of book and begins writing down the names and kind of your adventures and starts taking actually a deeper noted look at what you're saying.
Um, and then we fought this giant bug thing, and it had a gold band around one of its legs. Uh, I wasn't able to keep the golden band, but I was able to write down an inscription that I found on it. And this is what it looks like. And I show him the script.
And he begins making a copy of your script as well and nods and huh, fascinating. It reminds me of interesting. He pauses and continues to write it all down. You say you found this on an onkeg and a band of gold.
I just a giant insect, but now that you say Ankeg, that does sound like something somebody else said. So that's probably it.
That is fascinating, but worrisome. But I
Hmm.
assume that is not the end of your tales?
No, we got a little bit more. Do you remember the funeral that was going on?
Ah, yes, the panic at the Vaj estate.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it was special effects or how much of it was non-licensed by the cloak's magic, but there was definitely some weird stuff going on over there that I don't know, could warrant some looking into. I don't really have anything else to say about it, but just a little fishy. Um, and finally, getting back to the hole in my chest, there's some really, really strange stuff happening over at the last drop. It's not just I mean, let's just say it's a shrine for a reason. It's not just a regular old body of water. You go down there and you get sucked into this place, and then there's these fish people, and they try and stab you in the chest, and sometimes they succeed. And then there's also a waterfall, but it falls up, and then if you like get in the waterfall that's going up, you go up, and then all of a sudden you're back on the surface. It's kind of freaky dicky.
Curious. And fish people were they guarding anything or
I got stabbed in the chest, so I I don't remember too much. I was Kind of just focusing on getting out at that point.
Ostensibly. Well, Freddy, it sounds as if you've had quite the adventures for a novice cloak.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting before I forgot everything. It's a lot of action for an initiate. I guess jobs come fast and plenty in this place, don't they?
Well, Master is a busy city. We must also stay busy. But I believe I catch a hint of what you're actually alluding to. You've done quite well in a short amount of time. That does deserve recognition. Your medallion, young cloak.
Yeah.
And he hands out a hand for it.
Oh, you want it? I give it to him.
And he takes the quill, and right in the center, I described it almost kind of looking like a graduation like cap.
Mhm.
And right through kind of the center of it, he takes the quill, moves it into the air and draws out the symbol of the cloaks, and then presses through the center of it and brings this line down. It makes a single, like one line through the center of it, and hands it back, and it sits there. Congratulations, Freddy. You are now rank 1. If you ever need services from us, you need not go to me. Simply points out into one of the down, kind of pulls up this kind of a layout of the complex that's spread out underneath his desk, because he puts his papers and stuff to the side and points out, if you head here, they will render you spellcasting services greater than any of the temples or churches you may find in Moormaster. As in case you receive another hole in your chest.
I do think that it might happen again.
Well, if you keep on adventuring like this, I could say that is almost a guarantee.
Well, you gotta do it while you're young, otherwise I'm gonna be stuck reading books all the time. No offense.
I don't believe the books will take offense. So for you, Freddy, go ahead and write down for yourself that you have at the uh, Tower of Arcane Might, you have the Shelter of the Faithful background feature. So once a day, you can go and get spellcasting services from the cloaks free of charge.
So Shelter Faithful.
Yes, it is the background feature of the Acolyte background, which
Okay.
so if you were an Acolyte of a god, you'd be able to go to your temple and get spellcasting services for free for yourself.
Mhm.
Here, now you can receive that same kind of services from the Cloaks of Mulemaster, since you are
Okay.
rank 1 and 2, I believe, just to kind of go over those kind of services that can be rendered. Clearly, like Cure Wounds is a big one.
Mhm.
But Cure Wounds, Identify, Lesser Restoration, um, Prayer of Healing. Uh, it only covers the base cost, so anything that has like a material component, you'd have to pay for the materials, but it also includes Remove Curse, Speak with Dead, Divination, Greater Restoration, and, in dire circumstances, Raise Dead, if such a thing were to
Okay.
happen. Each of them
Can
have...
you send me like a
I...
pic of?
Yes, absolutely. I will...
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and I will screenshot the spellcasting services and their costs. It even has the little acolyte on it, and I can post that in the chat for a later time.
Okay.
But you now have access to that.
Cool.
Well, Freddy, you have brought quite a bit to my table. I will begin investigating, especially this cult of the Black Earth. I believe you
So
may have
you ain't
stumbled onto something larger than anticipated.
never heard of them?
There have been rumors of this cult appearing in places outside of Mulmaster. This is the first I've heard of its being in Mulmaster. They're a group of fanatics.
Well, on the bright side, they're not in yet. Technically, they're just under. So that's technically good.
Well, I try not to put too much faith in the technicalities of good or bad, but it is worthwhile noting that you've come in contact. If you hear anything else among this nature, do report back to me.
Yeah, all I've got is that they can control badgers. So,
Well, let us hope that it is only a control of badgers. I'm sure that we're more than capable in Mulmaster than admonishing some magical control of badgers. And kind of smiles too, at that note. Well, Freddy, if that is all you have to report for now, I will congratulate you and bid you a fair evening. Is there anything else that you would need of me?
no, sir. Thank you, sir. I will take my leave.
Excellent. Until next time, Freddy.
Whenever that may be. Hopefully, it's not when your brother gets kidnapped, because that would suck again.
Well, I know who to go to if he does get kidnapped again.
Yep, look for the guy with the hole in his chest.
He grins at that, nods to you, and as you exit through the door, leaving his chambers, like any good place of magic, the door shuts behind you. Freddy, are you planning on staying in the Tower of Arcane Might or going back to Mistress Vage's?
I'm probably gonna go to Mistress Valge's just because I work there every day, so kind of gotta keep the connection up between coworkers.
Absolutely. You make your
Don't
way
want to
back
miss
and
out.
understood. You make your way back to Mistress Vage's. Find of course, the party don't stop, won't stop. Um, as you return back to it, you catch another performance of Miram Tam. Uh, once again, painfully good. Uh, as you kind of pass by him playing Into the Night, still a number of suitors, a surprising amount of people, even this kind of late into the evening. But you make it back to your kind of corner of your dormitory there for all other purposes, and sleep comes at you fast after a whole day of being knocked unconscious with a hole in your chest. As this comes to a close, we go over to Jasper. Jasper, you make your way across the city, going to where you stay. You are able to sneak by the various paths, patrolmen, and other interested individuals before reaching to the backside of an old chimney. There, you place your hands into two kind of um, small holes in the side of these bricks, and you reach in, you pull back part of this wall, slide it over, and enter into your quarters. You pull the bricks back and set it into place, and you look around kind of the darkness of your room, and you feel that kind of panic well up in your chest, and you see on your bed there is the shape of somebody on their side sleeping, the slight movements of the sheets.
In my bed?
Uh-huh.
Uh, Jasper. Oh my god, doesn't know what to do. Tries to just find a dark corner of the room to hide in for a sec until she can figure out who's in her bed.
Go ahead and make me a stealth check.
Okay. Fuck. 10?
10. You slink over into kind of one of the corners, ducking behind kind of like one of those, those old timey like screens they put in front, so people can change out.
Mm-hmm.
You go over to you have one of those in your room, and you switch over, and you can hear the clinking of kind of your armor together, and the figure goes upright, and you hear a woman's voice. I'm not feeling very well. Please come back later. And then it sits back down. And you recognize that voice immediately.
She says, Kirk, I'm back.
The lights turn on. The figure from the bed goes flat. And you see Kirk kind of get out from underneath the bed and... Where the fuck have you been?
I made a huge mistake trying to help somebody, and we ended up like in a cave underwater, and I almost died, and Freddy almost died, and we sat burning torches waiting for him to come back to consciousness so we could swim through more water and find a stupid potion for a stupid girl who wanted to join the Senate trim, and I'm in way over my head.
Kirk kind of looks at you. His dark elven features standing kind of stark in the light as his kind of dancing lights illuminate the room. His white hair cut shorts and tied in a very tight kind of bun behind him, wearing just kind of the serving clothes that he is usually in. And you are making this so difficult. It is so fucking lucky for you that I'm good at what I do.
Listen, you agreed with me when I said that I thought I should be a better servant to Talos and all that, but I need to slow down. This is all too much. I didn't even wait to get my share of the gold. I rushed back as soon as I could.
Well, today was kind of a bad day. Your ma and the fucking Zora, they wanted to come see you. They said they're about heading out. Something about your fucking gallery with your fucking cousin, and they wanted you to be there. And I made you have one of your little fucking fits, and you know how they get kind of grossed out by it, so they stayed away. So I was able to cover, but fuck, you scared the fuck out of me.
I am so sorry. I will do you so many favors, and I'm so thankful. Can you help me get this armor off?
Yeah, come on.
I'm in so much pain right now.
3 out of 4 times that you've come back here, I gotta fucking pat you. Fuck!
Yeah, I know.
And Kirk begins to help you get out of your armor and starts, banding it, performing all of the duties that you need, seeing, the kind of deep wounds and stitching some of it up. It's painful, and there's a couple times where he hands you over kind of this, what would be a really nice kind of belt. He's like, all right, you know what? At this point, we might as well just use this because you're going to keep needing this, and folds it up and puts it in your mouth. Bite into this so you don't wake up half the fucking house, all right? You know the young Zora's fucking out every single night. His fucking practices. Everything's so fucking cold. And he just starts going into it, in between your grunts as he stitches you back up, and his kind of voice, there's the low murmur. It takes a little longer than you were anticipating, but you're finally able to, get cleaned up, your wounds attended to, your armor put away and hiked back into your chimney.
It's a blessing he's so bloody imperceptive, or I would have been found out.
Yeah, anybody else, but you guys, fucking.
I guess
So-
I'm not one to talk.
Oh, you fucking think?
It's hard to see in that mask as well.
Yeah. There's so many places for me to ding you on this one. Like, I don't know where to begin. In fact, you've left me speechless with how I could do this. You know how impressive that is to get a dark elf to fucking not speak in this, especially in the.
Believe me, I know how hard it is to get you to stop talking.
It's not since I saw the light of LS3 that I've been this fucking mad all the goddamn time. I've got to use magical sword, can't show the fucking clothes,
Listen,
you fucking
it's
young
okay.
sword.
It's okay. Listen. And she grabs her money purse and hands him 10 gold. Get yourself just an amazing drink and have a good night for yourself. Or tomorrow night. I assume you're going to go to bed now.
Give me 2 more gold. I'm going to the Traveler's Cloak.
Okay. 2 more gold it is.
Thank you. I will be seeing you later. You going out again?
I have work again tomorrow, yeah.
All right. Here, use those. And he gets kind of like this small salve of kind of these dark, earthy roots and smears it onto the kind of the back and some of your wounds. Listen, you're going to have to get up early, get this off of you. You'll fucking reek, but it should minimize any scarring on there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well,
Oh, this job cannot end soon enough.
yeah, I'm just glad you're all right, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. It's worth it, right? What you're doing, it's worth it, right?
I think so. I don't know. I'm scared, but I've never felt like this before. I've always felt so powerless with everything, and I don't know. I've been able to wrest a lot of control when I have that mask on.
Anybody else wouldn't understand
So-
how you feel right now, but luckily for you, I'm not everybody else, so. By LS3's fucking silvery light and big beautiful tits, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
All right. I will catch you later.
All right. Sleep tight, Lapis.
Good night, Kirk.
And he makes his exit. So, the next day goes by. It is the after a day of rest and easy work. We return to our final day of Mistress Vaj's 10-day party. You all show up for your shift. However, upon this kind of morning, Jasper, you making your way downtown, going to the party, walking fast. Mm-hmm. Na 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 na.
Yep.
You-
Spring in my step.
Spring in your step, hair dark, mask on. You make your way back. Already, your companions are enjoying a breakfast, but the mood of the entire kind of party, yeah, it's not the kind of just general rabble rousing that you've seen. Even the streets, there's kind of this tension. Even walking here, you see lots more kind of people turning their shoulders in. You hear, "Have you heard the news?" "Yeah, did you hear that?" And just bits of something kind of streaking through the air as you return to your companions, enjoying a decent breakfast. Even the food seems to have gotten. It's like someone sapped the energy out of the whole affair, which should be the biggest day, this kind of final day of the 10-day. As you return back to Jove, Rory, and Freddie.
Good to see you all made it through the night.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I slept so goddamn good. I mean, just I mean, Rornak and I shared a few brews at the Lean and Boot, and that probably helped things along. But good goddamn, you know
Yeah,
what?
a day of swimming really can take it out of you.
It
Yeah,
really can.
it took my mind off things. I almost actually missed my routines this morning, honestly. That was a good night. Well, after all things said and done.
Well, what do you
Oh,
think Fresh Hell is going to be waiting for us today?
well, the first thing I got waiting for me is that 25 gold.
Oh,
Joe.
yeah, right. And
Right.
he actually already had it out in a little sack, and so he doesn't have to you know
Okay.
count it out of his big purse. He's got a little smaller cloth. He's wrapped it up and says, "Yep, it's all there. Don't you worry." I did count it after he left. I just wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of watching me sit and count it.
What I understand. I trust you a lot more than I trusted him. That's for sure.
Mhm.
But yeah, sorry for running off last night. I I had a date.
Oh.
Yeah, not like a romantic thing, just like like
Oh.
a set date for
So
like a thing that I had to do, and I was supposed to do that. I didn't think we were gonna be down there for.
gotcha. So with this person, do you do like the double kiss thing that I was talking about the other day, or is that still romantic date? I'm learning
I'm
that. I'm sorry.
Roanak. I never do that kiss. That's some weird bougie shit.
Okay, so that was weird. I felt weird. I didn't know if it
Yeah,
was
we
weird.
were
Yeah.
mostly fucking with you. Then I apologize for that. You're a nice guy. You didn't deserve that.
I think
I
it's an
grant no
elven
apologies.
thing.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I was just going to say I thought it was one of those elven things, right? They're a little more hands on, as it were. But I don't know.
Well, this is the first time I experienced that. I don't know if that'll happen again, but now I know it is weird. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, you don't gotta like it or do it.
Well, Jasper, I'm just glad you're all right. You left off in quite a fit, and I didn't know if you were upset about something. But hey, this is the first time I've ever seen you run away from money so quickly. So I hope whatever it is you were doing, yeah, you got what you needed to out of it.
Yeah, I was just so swept up in everything going on. By the time I like remembered where I was supposed to be right that moment, so I panicked a little bit, to be honest. But it worked out. It's fine.
I think everybody's allowed to panic every once in a while, especially when lives aren't on the line.
Right. Glad you understand.
As you guys are having this conversation, the pair of twins descends upon you, Delora and Lyrene, with Delora kind of strong wrist gripping Lyrene as she brings them in front, as they both approach you. So my sister has something that she would like to give to you all for saving her fucking life. Isn't that right, Lyrene? Yeah, you can let go. Like it's all yeah. I do. Yes, I have something for you all for saving my fucking life. And Delora lets go, and she turns over to you, Jasper. And I found this while I was there. You guys deserve it for everything that you did, and it all worked out in the end. So I hope that this can make up for the fact that we almost all died in the dark water. Yeah. And she hands you over. It's about the size of a marble, and it is a perfectly smooth, bright white pearl.
That is something nice. I really was not pleased to think I was about to die in the dark last night, but I know that you can't do much more than this, so thank you.
Yeah, well, I would have really liked, and Delora kind of smacks her one in like the upper arm. Yeah, thank you for everything. We, uh, thanks. Okay, can we go now? And Lyrene begins to make her way. Delora says, "Thank you so much," and begins to head away, following after her twin.
I feel like whatever this is worth, you three should have it. I'm sorry for signing us up for something without even lining up payment. Felt pretty unprofessional, and we all almost died, so it feels like the least I can do.
Well, I don't think we can really cut it up in 4 different pieces. But if you want to take it upon yourself to pawn it, or get the sale for us, I would. You risked your life down there too. I mean, let's be honest. I watched a fish man plunge a spear into you, so that was pretty gross. So you definitely earned your piece of that there pearl.
Thank you, Jove.
Yeah, I feel the same. I likely would have died without you down there, and even if you did sign us up, well, I mean, we all were part of it together, right?
I guess you all do have free will. Yeah, that's true. Well,
If I need a favor, I'll be sure to ask you. Mostly just some help around the place, though.
yeah, I think you've earned that. I don't usually do favors for people, but sure.
Well, speaking of favors, I mean, today is going to be the last day of this job, right? We were hired for the 10-day. Yeah, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I'm planning on sticking in town for a while. We seem to be attracting gold pretty frequently. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, my sack's a lot heavier today than it was at the beginning of this 10 days. So,
I know exactly what you're saying. We should start a business.
you took the words right out of my mouth. We should incorporate ourselves, and you know what? Finding people you can trust in a city like this seems to be a rare commodity. We've got the skill, and we seem to be attracting capital, so we might as well keep a good thing going for a little bit. If that's I'm willing to put my spear in here. So if y'all want to keep up this little gig post Miss Vaja's, yeah, I'd be more than happy to keep earning gold.
Well, it is a good setup, and I'd be lying if I said I was familiar with anyone else around here, so I think it works best for me right now.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to come up with a good name.
I have a lot of I have my hands in a lot of places around the city, and I don't know that I can I can't commit to something like that. I don't think. And she kind of shifts her weight nervously. Not saying that I can't help you all, from time to time. It's just I can't, do a new, you know, main gig. Is all.
Oh, so do you have another gig then?
Yeah, I mean this Mistress Vaj thing. This was like just sort of a happenstance. I don't usually do this sort of thing, but I'll be around. I'll be in Mulmaster, so if you need help, uh, you'll see me around.
Well, yeah. If we get any gigs, we'll make sure to. You're the first one to hit up because, well, I mean, I don't think anybody else here can take a punch quite like you can, Jasper. So that's a valuable thing too. So I get it. You don't want to commit to something, but we'll stay in touch.
Yeah, let's stay in touch.
And Freddie, you should do one of your. God damn it! It's, not the New Yorker accent. Okay, well, Freddie.
Hey, Freddy!
Oh,
Hey,
You should,
Freddie!
work your magic, Freddie. Well, Freddie, you should work your magic and come up with one of those cool names. If there's anything that I learned from business back home, is people like a calling card of sorts, something to refer to people as. And I'm no good at coming up with names. And well, I mean, you got a cool name like Freddie. I've never met another Freddie before, so maybe you can pay that forward and come up with something a little cool for whoever wants to join our little ragtag gang.
I'm thinking about it. It's gonna take a minute. The magic doesn't come to you overnight, you know? That's the old saying.
I guess, I mean, if I'm trying to think of a name, I guess my first question is, what exactly do we do? I feel like we've done a little bit of everything.
Well, if there's anything that I've learned from this town so far, I think what we do is things, and we do it for gold.
I feel
You know
like
what
we're
I'm saying?
typically told to do one thing, and then we
Oh.
end up doing a lot more than that.
So what you're saying is you want to be called the odd jobs.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty good descriptor so far. Rornak, is there anything that you wouldn't do for a certain amount of gold? I know that I'd have some bright lines on conduct that I can't have come out of me, but for the most part,
What about puking all over an audience, Rory? Could you do that for us?
Rory looks down. He's like, I would have said my dignity, but. And then he's just thinking about all the multiple failures over the last 10 days. I at least don't sign up intending for that to happen.
we can mull over a name because I don't think anybody here is much for writing checks or anything like that. So, or any official paperwork or anything like that. So, as long as we got hands to take gold from people, I think we'll be okay.
I mean, Freddy and Jasper, I mean, you two are the ones from around here. I'm sure you have an idea of how to make a name for yourself, so to speak, or how an upstart like this might work.
I mean, Jasper spent more time here than me.
yeah, I mean, I've never, started my own business. I usually just join other people's shit. But I know some people, so maybe I can pull a few strings. What exactly do you need? Just to people know that you exist? Do you have an address somewhere? Gonna be hard to tell people to, come find you if you don't have a place. So that's step one. Let's do baby steps. How about you get a place, and then we'll talk about what I can do to help you.
Well, I'll level with you. I told you folks a couple of days ago about that whole dragon egg thing, and I struck up quite the rapport there with Yavendell the other day, and she had invited me to join the Emerald Enclave, and I think I might take her up on that offer coming forward. So maybe we can get some jobs in from them as well. I know that Freddie, your connection with the Cloaks has been nothing but beneficial for us so far. So I'm going to try and start, repaying the favor. See if we can get some more network effects going for our little upstart business we got going.
Okay.
Yeah, that's as good a place to start as any. But starting to think we should find Saul and figure out what the hell we're supposed to be doing today.
Well, he's probably yelling at somebody somewhere, so if we just listen long enough, I'm sure he'll be coming to yell at us.
And as you begin listening for Saul, you do indeed begin to hear Saul yelling, and then more voices yelling, and then more voices yelling. And
Let's head in that direction.
And this is above and beyond, like, does this sound like panic, or does this sound just like, there's always a bunch of shit happening here, people getting told what to do? Is it more the former or the latter?
For Saul, it sounds about right. For other people, it sounds a bit off. You're like 50-50 shot whether this is, a tussle breaking out or something actually bad happening.
Well, let's go earn our gold.
Yep.
Let's do it.
You guys exit from your breakfast and head into kind of the main courtyard where you hear kind of the largest sounds of voices, and you can see Saul is directing people and yelling, and you see a young human male joined by a few others that they're screaming out, "Listen, I'm fucking telling you, there are demons in the streets. There are people who are coming to get you here. I've seen them. They've been taken out," and they're joined by other voices. There's just this anger as they're getting in people's faces and screaming at them and trying to like shake people. You see some people are moving away, some are, one lady like throws her drink at them, begins to like move back and forth. You can see that this is becoming more and more of a confrontation.
With unnatural speed for someone wearing armor that heavy, Jasper kind of surges forward to this guy making the most noise and grabs him by the collar. You realize you're at a fucking party, right?
You'd realize that there are fucking demons in the streets of Mulmaster. There
All
are
right,
demons!
How about you and I go to those streets right now? Let's go. And she starts dragging him towards the entrance.
Yeah, you're not the first time you've dragged somebody out, but you find that there's he's got, actually, roll me an athletics check real quick.
Sure. Athletics. That is 18.
An 18, yeah. With him rolling a 6, you're able to easily move him, and you can see some of the people that have joined him are following you out as you kind of throw him out into the streets, with relative ease. He's joined by a couple of his compatriots. I'm fucking telling you, it's them goddamn red wizards who are bringing this into the streets of Mulmaster. It's already fucking hard enough. Just you wait.
You think this is...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you.
You think this is the first time we've heard people shouting about foreigners? Get out of here.
Fuck you! And gives the middle finger, and he begins heading down the street, doing the same exact thing. Demons in the streets of Mulmaster! As he just kind of this little bull in china shop style, going down with his compatriots. The mood immediately, it's just because you've removed the factors, the mood is still sour. You can see Saul is, he's got his eyebrows furrowed, yelling at different people to go here and here, looking towards some of the more noble. And it's going to be all right, just, Mulmaster morning, right? Mulmaster morning, right? You can see that a number of people turn and at the kind of the top of the steps leading into the Vaj estate. You can see Mistress Vaj, wearing just kind of this all white, really kind of flowy, almost like a big coat, with like a tighter dress underneath of it. Think the White Witch from Lion Witch in the Wardrobe style, with her hair just all kind of piled back, almost like a long icicle, going all the way back. And to her left, you can see Thrundrazi that she has. She's got her arms like interlocked, and she's got a hand on Thrundrazi's as they're looking about. And she turns to Saul and points at the four of you, and Saul makes his way over. Hey, the Freddy and the rest of you, Violet Comet, Jove, Mass Wonder, come here.
Yep.
Hey, so as you guys all approach, Saul brings you in, him taking a stance probably 2 steps up this kind of walkway to be on eye level with most of you. All right, listen, this isn't the fucking first time we've heard about this shit. Things are going kind of sour on this last day of the 10-day.
What's going on?
Well, here's what we've been hearing, that there's all sorts of fucking unrest. People fighting each other in the streets. Yahoos like this fucking talking about demons popping out places. You know, people pointing fingers. You know, it's looking pretty nasty out there. And to be honest, and it kind of looks back up to Mr. Svaj and Thrindrazi, I think it's becoming not a great idea to have these Thavians around the premises. So, Mr. Svaj got a special errand for you guys on the last of the day. Promises a big reward. You guys up the challenge, right?
You can count on us. You can call us the odd jobs. How does that sound? Does that sound good?
Let's see. Odd jobs. You know, that's not bad. It could be better, but it's not bad. It's a good start.
All right, we'll keep working on it.
Yeah, workshop it a little bit. You're onto something there. It's same vein, just not that.
Kind of sounds sexual if I'm gonna be honest about my thoughts.
Give
I don't
me an
want
odd
that.
job, huh?
I mean, I'm not part of it, obviously.
Oh, you guys take odd jobs.
You know, there's the High House of Herding that might really enjoy. You know what? No, we don't need to talk about that here. In polite people's turns. Anyways, so what I need you odd jobs to do is you're going to be taking Thrundrazi up here. And you'll be taking her back to the Thavian embassy. All right, make sure no shit happens to her. Nothing bad like that. I mean, to be honest, I think it'd be more scared for anybody who messed with her than the other way, vice versa. But you know, we gotta put on some appearances. So just make sure she gets from here back to the embassy and nothing happens to her. Okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right. What about the rest of you? Joe.
Yeah, I'm fine with it as long as Freddy does the talking to the Thavian. I'm not gonna lie, she kind of gives me a little bit of the creeps, and seems you guys got a little bit of rapport going. So
Yeah. I get you.
man.
It's a halfling thing. I sense it too.
I'm glad we're on the same page there, cuz.
Yeah, absolutely, cuz.
Yeah, if what you're looking for is just some extra muscle, then I believe I can help here.
All right. Good. Freddy. You go up there. Talk to Thrundrazi, you know. I'll make sure that the coast is clear. Some shit like that, you know. Just keep being your charming self. All right, kid?
Are you talking to me? Oh, sorry.
Do you look like a kid? You're fucking green and wrinkly. I'm talking to the kid over here.
All
Yoda
right.
looking at us.
I will be charming and not poop my pants
You know,
this time.
You know that actually might help you in this situation. Nobody wants to talk to a man with shit in his pants.
So I
Little
should...
mole master tip for you.
I think I'm gonna wait until we get going, though. I don't think I'm gonna start off with that.
Smart. Yeah. No need to poop yourself twice in the same place. Gotcha. get fucking to it. Good luck out there. Don't die on none shit. You know, watch out for those fucking demons. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Ruin their fucking 10-day work. Goddamn 10 days in a row. Get this all shit together. And just a mumbling as Saul begins to head out. Hey, you! Does it look like you're getting paid to stand there? Get these fucking drinks moving! As he clicks back into his role and starts directing people and getting things, smoothed over. Throondrazi and Mr. Spaj still wait at the top of the steps.
After you, Freddy.
Hello, Throndrazi. We have been procured to escort you to your embassy. Your Thavianness.
Fabianness, that's so delightful, Freddy. Your manners are impeccable. But yes, I believe. Will this make it all right, Astric? Will this calm your nerves if we have this little escort? And she looks over to Throondrazi and, of course it will clear my nerves. I can't have anything happening to you, my dear. You all, they're quite capable. Of course, you will make sure that no harm comes to her, correct, Freddy?
No harm that doesn't come upon myself first.
Well, wondrous. Upon completion, please return and I will reward you in kind. Though I do warn, if anything befalls Throondrazi here, we will be having a much different conversation. Do I make myself clear?
As clear as the water outside of Molemaster.
Ah, rustic.
Sorry, that wasn't very good. I'm just nervous.
Then you understand the situation you're in. Good
I-
insight.
That is the way to say it.
And so through Mr. Spaj goes over and kisses both sides of Throondrazi's cheeks and watches as Throondrazi descends the steps and sticks out her arm. Freddy, if you would.
Here we go.
And you take her arm as she descends down the steps. You meet up with the rest of your party. And Throondrazi. Do you know where the Thavian embassy is?
That probably would have been valuable information to get beforehand, but no, I do not.
I should know where it is, right?
Go ahead and roll history with advantage.
Okie dokie. It's going to be a nat 20.
A nat 20.
21.
Yes, you know that there's only one such set of red buildings done in the Thayan style. This kind of almost like very almost like Eastern Arabic, like those tall. Oh, think of like kind of almost Agrabahyan like towers, kind of with the big almost like onion plumes at the top, but they're done in, of course, the Thayan red. They are directly south of kind of where the um, Tower of Arcane Might, the Tower of Blades, the Tower of the Wyvern, all of that is kept. So you know exactly where that is. It is down the rows. It's not a terribly long walk, but you do have to go through some of the like one of the biggest main roads to get there.
Yeah, I know where it is. Don't worry about it. I'll lead the way.
Through smiles tepidly and nods to you. Well, then I believe we shall be off. Jasper, you are leading the way with Freddy, arm in arm with Throondrazi. Jove and Rory, where would you like to be as you guys enter the streets of Molemaster?
I'm gonna be kind of directly behind, so I get a good peripheral, just in case somebody's trying to like sideswipe our red wizard friend.
Excellent. And Rory?
I would put myself kind of either around like the middle or a little bit to the side. Kind of just stay around like the heart of the group. I feel good about my movement to go wherever I need to from there.
So we'll say with Jasper in front, and then in a line of Rory, Thrundrazi, linked arms with Freddy on the right, and then Jove bringing up the rear. You guys leave Mr. Zvaj's estate, which is up here. And so, looking at our orange map, I'm going to leave the Mr. Zvaj's and head down. This being, I know you guys can't see it, but there's a main road that kind of leads straight into like the Tower of the Wyvern and all that right there. You cross that, head down, and then it's just a snake on over to the east, and then the Thavian Embassy is right there. As you guys are going down the street, everybody give me a perception check.
We've had a long rest at this point, right?
Yes, you have indeed had a long rest.
20.
13.
16.
11.
11. Those of going through it becomes very noticeable to all of you guys with that roll, as people are giving you kind of a wide berth as you're walking down the street with Thrundrazi. There is still that kind of. What was that, Jasper?
If that's the case, we're gonna go like straight down the center, just to be as far away from alleyways and such as possible.
You stick to the center of the streets, many of the citizens moving to the sides. Those of you who rolled above 15, you can see that the streets are fairly empty, even in kind of this mid-morning. While there should be lots of people milling about, there is a noticeable lack of energy here. And what is here feels tense. As you guys are going down, you enter in kind of an open plaza. You can see all around there is a number of different kind of street vendors on all sides. Some are selling like roasted chestnuts. There's others who are boiling foods out, selling drinks, just kind of the almost bazaar-esque style. Like one part bazaar, almost one part like boardwalk of just all sorts of vendors here and there. And you notice that there is a set of younger children. It looks like two sisters, probably not older than 8 years old, and they are by one of these stalls, and they are counting together a number of coins, looking at this doll, and you can overhear the, "Sorry kids, you ain't got enough for this fucking doll. Try again when you have some more fucking money." And you can see them beginning to actively look up sets, and Thrundrazi stops and looks to you, Freddy, and just a moment, Freddy. Excuse me. And she breaks arm contact with you, walks over, pulls out a number of coins from her purse, hands it to the gentleman, and hands these two girls the straw doll, and they both light up in huge big smiles. And for the first time of knowing Thrundrazi, you can see just some actual real warmth. It's like almost kind of like just a small crack in the kind of stoic, tattooed form of Thrundrazi. She smiles as she hands this doll over. When you all hear a "Oi, you!" There's this deep barking voice that kind of cuts through the plaza. And you can see a red-faced dwarf strides across kind of the open area, pointing a finger at Thrundrazi. "Listen
Jasper.
here, you fucking red wizard. My pa died at Crypt Garden fighting your type and your filthy unliving cohorts. Why don't you
I
spare us
cast
all
a
the sight of your
spell.
ugly gobs and get the hell out of our city?" As he's saying this, Jasper and Freddy, what do you guys do?
You go
I
first.
cast. I cast. Well, I don't want to hurt him, so we'll do hideous laughter.
Okay.
So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's an 11.
Ha! He fails. So, our patience with you is as high as your height, and I just a strum and an orange chord of music flies towards him and strikes him right in the funny bone, right on the elbow.
What the? And it's just
Man,
like
that's
it's
pretty fucked up to laugh about what you just said, but she grabs him by the collar and starts dragging him away.
you just begin dragging this guy away, and it's like this exchange is like broken the dam on this tension. Soon you see other people begin go, hey, what the fuck did you just do to him? Did he just cast some fucking magic? Like, look at with the rat, a fucking rat, and you can feel there's this anger is beginning, and more people are starting to join in. The once open and like slightly empty plazas beginning to fill with people. As Thurndraza kind of puts herself in front of these two kids as more and more of these people begin gathering. Everybody go ahead and make me an insight check.
Shit.
21.
21.
9.
Oh, is that double nines?
Yeah, double
Double
9.
nines.
Double
It's a
nines.
15.
Jove and Rory, Jasper and Freddie, you guys are correct. You know, it's you got the dwarf. Like he's giggling. You're focusing. I believe Tasha's is a concentration spell, if I'm correct.
Yeah, concentration.
You focus on the concentration, getting this guy away. You know, you're used to kind of the anger of Mulemaster, but Jove and Rory, your foreignness to the city, you begin seeing that this is becoming more and more of an issue, and it's weird. What did you guys rolled a 21 and a 16?
15.
15. Yeah, you notice that there's something unnatural about this kind of panic, this anger. Both of you guys give me an Arcana check with advantage.
I'm not good at that, so I'll take the advantage. Nat 20! Wow!
I got a
Ooh.
19.
19. There's something that you both did between your reading people and just seeing. It's almost like this imperceptible fog is setting over these people, just driving them. They're getting angry about the things that they're saying. It's becoming less focused on Throondrazi. Something in your gut tells you that they are being spurred on. That this is reaching kind of a boiling point. That this needs to be de-escalated.
Do we actually see like a cloud over them, or is that more like figurative, like we can just kind of sense it?
More figurative. Your good insight coupled with, you've seen just kind of how magic can turn people. We'll say with your good insights followed by those good arcana checks. You know that these people are under the influence. You're not sure what, but if you had to guess, it seems unnatural. This isn't like a drunken tirade. These are people who... It's almost like this anger is infecting these people. And as they get pulled more and more together, it's starting to build.
Jove is going to yell out to the crowd and say, everyone, you're going to need to go ahead and calm down. These people, the Thavians, have an embassy here and are welcome. So we are taking this person right back to where they belong. So there's no need for any of this riled up nonsense, or else the the soldiery is going to get involved, and we don't want any of that, do we?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
I am not good at that. Oh, but the dice love me. 17.
17. Yeah. You spread out, and with the laughing dwarf being kind of pulled away, some people kind of begin following that. Some people kind of look at Thrundrazi and then look at you and think about what you said and kind of nod, and it seems as if it's diffused the crowd at least for the moment. Um, you can see that there's a lot of people have different objects kind of clenched, and you can see that they're what was kind of readily clenched in their fists. You can see, different sets of, somebody drops a rock, another person lets go of like a bottle that they had and puts it with their pack. You can start seeing, some people are starting to ease off. As Jasper, you kind of lead the laughing dwarf away, and he's just, it's this awful cackle. And when you drag him off enough to the side, he's just kind of in the fetal position, just kind of laughing awfully along the way as you return back to the group. Throndrazi turns to kind of the two girls and says a calming word, and then begins to head back to you all.
All right, let's stay close for the rest of the way. We don't want any surprises.
Yeah, I don't know about you all, but that something about that just did not seem right. It felt off.
What do you mean?
I I don't know how to describe it, but that group, something about them, it didn't just feel like just some angry mob. It felt like there was something more going on with them.
I agree, Rornak. There was something weird there. It kind of reminded me of the fire we saw the other night that seemed to be moving atypically.
Yeah,
There's
something very zealous about them. Not the
We're
kind
walking
that
while we're talking, by the way.
yes.
definitely zealous. I mean, I'm sure there's people here that are very convicted, but it felt it just felt off. Take my word on that one.
Um,
How much
yeah,
longer do we have in our walk?
You're getting probably close to the halfway point. You've just crossed from this kind of plaza onto the main road. You just have to go across it, and then it's not a terribly long walk from the Thayan embassy after that.
How much time, though?
You'd say probably another 10, 15 minutes if you're not running, if you're taking Thrindrazi's pace. She is incredibly tall, so she has a nice stride to her, but yeah, not probably another 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna start ritual casting Detect Magic. So after 10 minutes more of the walk, if we haven't been interrupted, I can start pinging.
Yeah, you're making your way. Throndrazi leans in as you are performing your ritual casting, and a non-lethal approach, Freddy. A clever way of handling that situation.
Well, I figured the cloaks wouldn't look too highly on me injuring somebody just for calling you an unkind thing.
You are a interesting character, Freddy, amongst the cloaks. Unlike many that I've met.
I'd be lying if I was to say you were the first person to call me interesting. That's for sure.
She nods and allows you to continue on your casting. As it finishes, you can see over the rise of kind of some buildings, only a few more streets to go about. The kind of tall red towers of the Thane Embassy. Close enough to see, but still, probably about 5 minutes away when you finish casting your spell and reaching out. And as you do, as Freddy, what does your detect magic kind of look like? Give me some flavor.
Um, I think that it's just like a metallic blue mist around my eyes. That's just kind of like goggles that are like blue blockers but pick up magic.
This you strum that out, and it's this metallic cord to match, and it goes over your eyes, and it reaches out, and as soon as it does, there's immediately a ping from 4 directions around you. As you're aware of this, an explosion erupts. The smell of sulfur assaults not just yours, but everyone around you's senses. As you're kind of going down this street, about to make a left, heading towards the Thane Embassy, from some different vendors, you can see these creatures begin to emerge from a small fire that one vendor was using. They're these undoubtedly demonic in origin creatures. They're child sized, but they're bloated. They've got these rotting bodies and sharp claws. They just seem like there's a corruption eating upon them as they climb out of this fire. From a nearby, a large, like, kind of boiling pot of water for different teas and the such erupts, and 2 more of these creatures emerge. There's a mound of loose earth to one of your sides, and it spews forth as 2 more. And then finally, at the end, as you see, like, this kind of like nice little kite stall that's got some kites that are just kind of drifting, floating in the wind. They kind of crumple together, and from it, there's this tearing noise as 2 more of these creatures begin to emerge, and they make these awful as people begin fleeing in all different directions through
Are they
Drazi.
speaking in Infernal?
They are indeed speaking in Infernal.
Aha!
I speak that.
I speak that. Hey! The fuck?
Hey. Oh,
You hear
Oh!
them say in this awful kind of voices, "Dinner time." As they all pull out, and Thrundrazi looks, and without any sort of kind of annoyance or surprise, says, of course. Roll for initiative, guys.
Ba, ba, ba-da-da, da, ba, ba, ba.
Ba, ba, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Quick question, Dom. Did Jove ping at all on Freddy's detect magic?
Ooh. Freddy, Jove does ping.
His body?
No, not Jove. The egg.
The rock.
the rock.
Yes. The rock.
Definitely a magic rock of some sort. I'm
Dang,
assuming
that's a really cool
assuming
rock.
Thrundrazi pings.
Oh, Thrundrazi pings.
I'm assuming like just about everything on her body pings.
Specifically, and you would know from seeing it earlier, the book that she carries pings immediately.
Right.
Yeah, and it's, if I would, it's different intensities based off of it. Thrundrazi's book, just radiates, you just get a bunch of feedback from just multiple different schools of magic, just bing, 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 bing.
Do I get a focus, or is it literally just a hodgepodge? Or
It's
is
a
there like a focus
hodgepodge.
in?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's
There's
a
no like
good chunk of
evocation
different
focus.
magic. Yeah, you see it evokes evocation. There's some enchantment, some illusion. There's a necromancy ping in there as well.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just a good chunk of them, all from around you. The demons have, I believe that would be, what school would that be for them?
Transmutation.
I believe conjuration. They ping
Conjuration,
with
duh.
conjuration. Yeah, of course. Jove does ping. It is not a school of magic. It is what you have occasionally pinged on as more of a natural magic.
Okay.
And it's not Jove himself. Like, Jove himself isn't a single ping. He's dry. not a trace of magic. Same with Rory. Like when you look at them, there's nothing. Same with Jasper. Like there's no magical pings on them at all. But the rock that Jove does have a slight ping of natural magic to it.
Okay.
So, okay. Everybody, let's take a break real quick here to use the restroom and such.
Thank
And
you.
refresh on drinks. So we will be right back. I have returned.
Welcome back.
Excellent. Have we all returned?
I am here as well.
Excellent. Ryan. That'll be a no. Gotcha. Man, this heart element sure is weird. You know, fire, water, earth, air, and heart. Man.
Yeah, you know, not exactly what I imagined, but it's some shit.
My headphones died there for a second, so sorry if anybody was saying anything to me.
Well, no, just commenting on how the how strange the heart elements of this is. Fire, water, earth, air, and heart.
Real Captain Planet shit.
I'm real glad that Wizards of the Coast was brave enough to make it canon.
Oh my god, I just realized there was a bit of that because of Trazi buying the doll for a couple children.
Yep.
There's
It's
the
all
heart.
real.
What were you gonna ask?
Oh, I was just gonna say I have no idea what the fuck is going on with Jasper, but I love what you got
Yes.
going on.
Yes.
I love everybody's
I was just
character,
listening
honestly.
to that the whole time, like, oh.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very happy with everybody's characters.
Yeah, me too.
Excellent. That was my risky. That was my risky text for the session of like, is it time? I'm like, it's time.
It is
It's
time.
time.
It's time.
Yeah, I got really nervous when you're like,
Yeah.
Jasper, we're gonna pay attention to you now.
Jasper, you don't just get to fade into the night this time. We're gonna follow you home.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Mikey, have you returned?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. The mute thing is still there, so I'll assume no. Nonce.
No.
9.
Nicht.
Neat. We are the knights who say neat.
No.
Tom, I got to say, you and Brandon were right. Magicians is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it
so
is.
good.
Oh, I love
5 F's
Magicians
in. and I'm
so
like,
much.
this is-
Oh, if you're already a fan, oh my god, it gets so much better.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
so good.
Yeah, the what really sold it for me was the episode where he's in the mind prison when Quentin's in the mind prison. I'm like, all right, this is cool. I like this a lot.
Hey,
Yeah.
you gay.
Ah, there we are.
Hello.
All right, put the pin on the magician's talk.
Of course.
So, to set the scene, you guys are kind of in the middle of this road. I would say it's about 50 feet in diameter. You guys were in the center, as you described, in that same formation. So, Thundrazi in the middle, Rory to the left, Freddy to the right, Jasper in front, Jove behind. Create this kind of like little diamonds. And then on each side of the road, about 20 feet ahead of you, and then 25 feet to the right, and then like in 4 corners, like a perfect square. There are 2 of these bloated, demonic-looking cherub creatures crawling out of various elements. So I believe that would make them. So what is it? 25 that way, and then 20 down. Boy, man, I wish I was better at geometry. It was my weakest math subject.
Damn, if only we had a geometry teacher.
I know. Gods, I wish a geometry teacher would help me figure out exactly how many feet that is away from you guys. Is anybody a geometry teacher in here?
I'm a geometry teacher.
Oh, how far away is that? Please help me.
What are you? So wait, what?
So from the kind of the forge, so you guys are the center.
Yeah.
So they're 25 feet to like the right of you, and then 20 feet like down from you. How far away would that be if they moved in a straight line towards you?
So that would be. So it would be 100, 220 root 2. 20 root 2, which is 30 feet.
30 feet? All right.
About 30.
Then we'll say that math checks out for me. I believe the teacher. So in a straight line from you guys in all 4 directions is about 30 feet. That's kind of setting the stage. Does everybody know where they're at and where the evil guys are?
More or less.
More or less. Okay. An understandable amount. Okie dokie. So, 2 of these creatures are going to move They are going to dash. They are the ones to the top left. They're going to dash over one to you, Jasper, and another one over to you, Rory, but that's their movement. And then that brings us to Jasper. They do this awful kind of combination of like, it's almost like a gorilla run, like their arms are too big and too long, so they almost like go from their knuckles and then heap their body forward. And this awful, it's the sound of like both slimy softness, but also like dry crunchiness at the same time. It's like the sound of like a fresh scab breaking as they knuckle drag themselves over. So there's one in front of you, Jasper, and one in front of you, Rory. But that's their whole move. Jasper, it is you.
Okay, gonna get the shield off my back and draw my longsword and swing it.
Go for it.
Oh, yikes, that was very nearly a crit fail for like 5.
For 5, yeah, you swing, and it goes over these. This creature isn't. They looked as it's gotten closer. It's not even as tall as Jove is, which almost makes it worse. It's got kind of that elephant to a mouse type, where it's like it's smaller than you were anticipating, and it's like right up in your grill. So you kind of swing wide and miss.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now.
All right. Then 2 more. We'll use their dash. It's the ones in the top right. One's going to dash and be on the other side of you, Jasper. One's going to come up to you, Freddy. But they're going to use their actions to dash to get there. So it is now Freddy's turn.
I'm gonna vicious mockery the one that approached me.
Gotcha.
You're not even real. You're just a fucking imp.
It rolled a. That's a 2.
Yeah, that fails.
And that's a wisdom?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a
That's.
1.
Oops. That's 3 psychic and disadvantage on the
Psychic.
attack.
Gotcha. So that's 1.
And then I will use my bonus action to give a bardic inspiration. Who hasn't gone yet?
Jove and Rory.
Ooh.
And Thrundrazi.
Ooh, and Thrundrazi. No, she's fine. Jasper, time to make these imps go limp.
And yeah, you see only the smallest reaction, like her slightly kind of rolling her shoulders, like she feels a little bit lighter.
Does that imply that these imps are hard right now? Because if so, that's unsettling.
No,
We
limp
are-
is in like dead.
Oh
No. Perfect job for the odd jobs, guys. We got it.
Oh my god! No!
Just to limp. Our first official role as the odd jobs.
We gotta make these hard imps limp. Do it.
That's incredible.
I'm so upset.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, make these imps go limp.
So, Jove, it's your move.
Are there any that are bringing up the rear from where I'm at?
Yes, scanning about with your passive perception, you can see that there are there's 4 behind you guys. So 2 to kind of behind you and to the left, and 2 behind you to the right.
Okay, I'm gonna target one that is behind me and to the left.
Okay.
I am going to use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark again. And I think this time, Jove doesn't even realize it, but there's a verbal component to Hunter's Mark, and he speaks it in Draconic. He doesn't even know what he says. It just kind of comes out of his mouth. I don't think anybody is close enough to hear him say this, but he definitely does utter something that feels completely foreign to him. And then he is going to take out a javelin, and he's going to toss it at the one that he's cast Hunter's Mark on.
And Freddy, this is where Jove's rock pings. Since you still have detect magic up, it pings and immediately draws your attention.
Okay.
And
it's when he's casting Hunter's Mark, or
Yes, when he casts Hunter's Mark is when it pings.
Gotcha.
That's a 16, Dom.
A 16 does indeed hit. And for you, Freddy, to be specific, Hunter's Mark is divination.
Gotcha.
So Jove's magic rock pings with divination.
Okay.
Also, Kyle, to answer your question, Hunter's Mark does indeed get critical applied to it.
Ooh, beautiful. Okay, that is for a total of 9 piercing.
9 piercing. And then what's the Hunter's Mark addition to it?
That's including the Hunter's Mark.
That is including.
Yes.
So yeah, you throw with just unnatural speed. You just zero in, and it catches this creature right in the mouth, and it doesn't stop. The whole javelin streaks right on through and sticks into the stand behind it. And with a like a thrumming sound, as if somebody had fired it from a bow, it clears right through this creature, and it begins to turn to ash and.
Keeping his shield up, he is going to back up. He wants a 10-foot buffer between him and the rest of the party on the flank. Can I do that?
So so you want to move.
I want to backpedal closer to everybody as I was kind of up on the flank, but I still want there to be a little bit of space between me and the center of the party, which I'm guessing is where Throomjazi and Jasper.
Yeah, so you want 10 feet distance between you two?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. You move up, so you've got you've chucked one javelin and pierced this creature, and so you kind of backpedal up and prepare yourself for the oncoming onslaught.
He does that, and that's his turn.
All right. That one's dead, so it's the partner next to it. Uses their action to dash over to you, Jove, but that's its action. Then it is Rory.
Alrighty, so I will go ahead and use my action and bonus action to take 2 attacks at the imp that ran up to me. So, need to re-roll that. I am sorry. That fell off the desk. That does not count.
We don't count those. That's true.
Nope. Okay, so the first attack is a 23.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And the bonus attack is 13.
A 13 will also hit.
Sweet. Let me roll damage. So that altogether, that's going to be 9 bludgeoning as he pulls the staff around and comes down hard on its head and then gives it a good stomp after that.
Yeah, the first strike knocks it to the ground, and then you bring up your leg and you almost get it to a near split while standing and bring the full force of it down, and you break through it, and it's like breaking through like an already burned piece of wood. You just break through, and it's like almost like a thing of dust comes up as your foot goes straight through it. It almost pops from the impact.
Beautiful. Is there anyone? Are any of them right next to me, or do I need to move up to them? I'm just not sure if I'm provoking any attacks right now.
You just killed the one that was in your grill. There are 2 that are on Jasper, one that's on Freddy. And then you can see to the bottom. You Jove killed that one. So yeah, there is one that's next to Jove, and then 2 that haven't moved towards you guys yet.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna head back to Jasper and give her a little bit of backup. So I'll place myself near the two imps that came after her.
Gotcha. Yeah, you enter into that kind of space. Stride over there, and get close to Jasper once again.
Cool.
All right, so those are the two that haven't moved. One uses its action to. Actually, they're both actually going to go to you, Jove.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, Jove, you currently have three that are around you. Since you're how can javelins be killing fools? We go back to the top. One of them is going to make a strike against you, Jasper.
Okay.
That is that's a 15.
Blocked with a shield.
Yeah, it brings down one of these, enlarging arms, and it puts its claws on the front of your shield, and it makes this awful screeching noise as the claws drag on the front of the shield, but you're able to block it off. Then it is you, Jasper.
I will return with a sword swing. Fuck. 12?
12? A 12 does it.
Excellent. That's going to be a 6 slashing.
Yeah, you slash into it and you remove one of the arms from it. It's still standing there, and it doesn't bleed or anything. It's just like the arm almost kind of crackles off, and this one turns instead of to a dust, almost hits the ground, cracks, and then seeps into the cobblestones.
Okay. And relative to me, what are we looking at, imps-wise?
There is another one that's to your other side. There's Rory, who's kind of next to you. So it's like you and Rory each have one in front of you from Rory moving. Then there's one in front of Freddy. And then there's 3 in front of Jove.
Okay. She's gonna look to the one in front of us and say, Rory, get that one. And that's a Siren voice. Gonna run back to help Jove.
All right, one's going to take an opportunity of attack. Not with that, it's not. So that's only 13. So it takes a swipe at you as you move away, but you're able to get next to Jove. So Rory, you've got 2 on you. Jove, you're joined by Jasper to help you with the 3 that are behind you. Actually, it wouldn't be able to take an attack of opportunity against you anyways because you've got mobile. So
Doesn't it have to be against the individual?
No, I think it's just if you make an attack.
Okay, in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Okay, but yeah, that's my turn.
All right. There's those 2. So, Freddy, you're taking 1, and Rory, you're taking 1. Against Freddy, that's a 12.
Miss.
And then against Rory, that's a 16.
16? That do meet.
Do me. All right. Meets. Oh, I never use these die. Where are you hiding? There you are. All right. Ooh. Rory, you take 8 points of slashing damage as it brings one of these oversized kind of arms with claws and gets you right across the front, bringing in 3, almost kind of like a trident, straight across your torso. Cuts deep. Freddy,
No,
it
we
goes.
don't like that.
Yeah, it goes against you and has actually disadvantage on that. So rolled even lower. Not the crit fail, but it swings wide, yeah, but you're unencumbered, so you're able to dodge it with relative ease. Then, speaking of Freddy, it is you.
It's me. And so all the imps are here now?
Yes, you guys have been,
Okay.
for the most part, surrounded.
And we haven't downed any, correct?
You've downed 2.
Oh. Okay, so they don't have... How much damage did we figure out that they kind of have for health?
I mean, if
What?
You cut out
Sorry.
there, Kaya.
yeah, sorry. If it's not too much metagaming, I did 6 damage and killed 1. So
Okay. Well, I mean, I just need to know kind of an idea for my sleep spell.
You did
So,
not
like-
kill that one at 6 damage. Siren is still alive.
I'm
Rory
sorry, I
killed one, and
misunderstood.
Jove killed one. You did remove an
Okay.
arm
Oh,
from it, but it did not die.
Gotcha.
Its arm
I
seeped
see.
into the cobblestone.
I
So
see.
more than
Okay.
6. Okay, so I'm gonna get a few more injured before I do sleep. And then I'm gonna save my 3rd spell slot for healing. So I'm gonna do what I did last turn, and Vicious Mockery. You know what? The same one that's in front of me.
That is a 14.
That succeeds.
Gotcha.
But I will do my bonus action to give Bardic Inspiration to Jasper again.
Can I have several at the same time?
Oh, that's right, you didn't use it, did you?
No.
Then I give it to Jove. Jove.
Cool beans.
What do you say?
I mean, if you're gonna make fun of me about making imps limp, let's see. Show me what that rock on your back can do, bud.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You
All right.
just catch the corner of his eye as he kind of looks back at you for a second, but feels invigorated by the inspiration.
Wonderful. What are you going to do with it, Jove, as it is now your turn?
He is going to draw his spear, and he's going to try and do kind of the classic Spartan, push him back with the shield, and then lance him with the one-handed spear. But before I do that, I am going to use my bonus action to move the hunter's mark to the one that is directly on top of me.
Yep, go for it.
Ooh, I don't know. That is a 13.
13 will do.
That is for 11 piercing damage.
Yeah, Jove, you push this thing back, and its arms kind of twist from forwards all the way backwards, as if there's not anything holding it in its sockets. It's just almost like a doll. It spins all the way back to catch itself, but with its arms using it to hold itself up, it leaves itself open. You just drive your spear straight through the center of this thing, and you pierce straight down into it, and like a wind whipping away, it like blows off of your spear as another one falls.
Weird. And then I have one more I still have one that's directly on top of me, correct?
Yes, there's one on top of you, and then Jasper moved to confront the other one next to you.
Beautiful. Then Jove will return to a defensive position and end his turn there.
Gotcha. Then, they're dead, so it's Rory's turn.
Woohoo! I will go ahead and do my 2 attacks on the one that just attacked me, because I believe he's still there, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, just making sure. First hit is a 15,
That'll
and the
do.
bonus one, that's a 12.
That'll also do.
Okay, cool. Roll damage. Yeah, that's gonna be for 11 bludgeoning total.
Yeah, this time you pogo your like after it scrapes you, you pogo off of it, and you bring the whole weight of the bow staff with your body on top of it, kind of perched, as if you're doing like a sword drop, and just drive it all the way through, and it crushes underneath, and it begins to flake away like ash.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That takes care
Um,
of that.
all right. And then are they I believe they're all congregated kind of near where Jove and Jasper are, right? Or what's it looking like on the battlefield?
There's one next to you that only has one arm that Jasper got. There's one next
Oh,
to
yeah,
Freddy.
that one's still there.
There's one next to Freddy. Pretty much everybody has one in front of them at this point. Since you have killed
Gotcha.
4 of them so far.
Gotcha. I will stay put where I am though, but with kind of my free action, I'll use the staff to kind of like tap around the imp that doesn't have the arm near me to try and like kind of keep its attention.
Absolutely. You go face to face with this one-armed demonic entity. Then it is 2 more. There's one for Joe, one for Jasper coming in at you. Coming in hot. All right, the one against first one against Jasper. That is a 14.
Will not do it.
The one against you, Jove. That's a crit.
That'll do it.
That'll do.
That'll do, folks. So that is +2. That is 14 points of slashing damage.
Ouch.
As this one, as you have your spear forward, you've left yourself open, and it comes and it catches both the outside of your arm and down, kind of in between the collarbone, and it drives its claws through and pulls that out from the back, leaving a deep pain in your spear arm.
And I only rolled an 8 for the concentration, so I believe that means I break concentration on
That
Hunter's
indeed
Mark.
does mean you break concentration on Hunter's Mark. Okie dokie. Then, at the top of the round, it starts with, that one. It's going to try to make an attack against you, Rory. No, that is a 5. With one arm, it's super easy. You just put your bow staff down, and it almost just bounces its large forearm off of it. Then it's Jasper.
All right, sword swing at the one in front of me. Nice. That's a regular 20.
Yeah, that'll do.
That's 8 damage.
8 damage against that one. Yeah, you do a deep cut, and you almost get all the way through, and you pull back, and you can see this now kind of open scab-like wound across from it, just barely holding on, but it kind of begins to curl forward, and it still has one knuckle out. So it is heavily damaged, but not dead.
Jasper's pretty nervous at that hit Jove just took, so we're going to go ahead and bonus action surge and try to make another attack. Nice. 16.
Yeah, that'll do.
And 9.
Yeah, this time you pull back the sword and you come back down with more force than the time before. This time you cut straight all the way through. In fact, the only thing that stops it is your sword hitting the cobblestone beneath it as it breaks away and crumbles like almost into this earthy dust, and then 6 begins to kind of sink into the cobblestone.
Jasper silently admonishes herself for slamming her sword into the ground that way, but that's the end of my turn.
Yep, that it is the one for you, Freddy. It's going to make an attack against you. That is a 17.
Yep.
Yeah. That is 5 points of slashing damage as it gets you across the arm and tears into a bit of you. It's awful because they're, of course, these jagged, asymmetrically long kind of claws. One bites in deeper than the other ones, and it just rips across you. But it doesn't leave a hole in your chest. Then, moving down, it is Freddy.
If I'm not mistaken, Jove is looking worst off right now.
Joe definitely sustained a pretty big hit, but he's definitely on his feet you've seen this hardy halfling take a couple of hits.
How many imps are left?
There are 3 left. One in front of Rory, one in front of Jove, and then one in front of you.
Let's just cast sleep.
Go ahead and roll.
Okay. I believe it's 5d8.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, 5d8. Oof. I rolled exactly average, so 20 hit points.
All 3 of them, phoom,
There we go.
unconscious, asleep.
And then bonus action to give Bardic Inspiration to Rory.
Perfect. As
Uh,
Freddy,
Give him the good old 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Rory, hearing that, twirls the staff a little bit as he feels motivated.
From down the street, in a building just a little ways down the road, you hear this awful, it's like a screeching noise, followed by the sound of chanting as these 2 slightly green skinned creatures, it's like they've got the front of their face, imagine almost kind of like the Cloverfield monsters style, so it's real flat up against the face, but it's like tons of small worms are creating the kind of front of it.
Ugh.
And it opens up into these large yellowed and black teeth as they both kind of emerge forward, growing larger as they like extend, their mouth opening wide like a snake. They are not cherub in nature, they're almost like these things moved like little chimpanzees. These are like gorillas. Like they're much larger in comparison as they burst out of this house, and you can hear the chanting that follows them as they and they turn down the street and nose you all. So they are currently dashing towards you. They make it about 40 feet, so they're still probably they're probably another 20 or so feet away from you. From we'll say since Rory, you're at the front, they're about 20 feet away from you, as they
Gotcha.
are currently bounding with just a disturbing amount of speed as they begin to head towards you. It is now Joe's turn.
Seeing that the imp in front of me crumbled, he's going to kind of turn around and head towards where Rory's at, towards the front.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to stash his spear. He is going to. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and use another hunter's mark on one of the wormy boys, and he's going to take his attack action, which allows him to draw his one of his javelins and chuck it. So
Go for it.
That. Okay, so that wasn't super good, so I'm going to use my bardic inspiration.
Nice.
Ooh, there we go. So that's going to be for 15.
15 will hit.
Thank you, Bard. It's going to be for. It's going to be for 11 piercing.
11 piercing. Yeah, you huck through this, and it rips through the side of this thing's mouth. You could see almost these worm-like appendages from its face, splatter outwards. And as they land on the similar creature next to it, the worms simply climb up it and join the other one's face. As this kind of big, gaping, open hole is fused back together with these worms. Thinner, you can clearly see, it's like half of its face is removed, but they still continue to barrel down towards you.
And yeah, he'll hold his shield high and hold the line with Rory.
Excellent. Then it is, because everything else is asleep, Rory.
Gotcha. Rory, seeing that, will just shout out, "Keep me covered," and we will go ahead and move our 20 feet up to the ones that are running at us, and I will make an attack at that one that you just did the javelin at. Gonna roll the bardic and spell with that too. So altogether, that's a 17.
A 17, that'll hit.
Very, very nice. That is gonna be for 9 bludgeoning damage on that one.
On the
And
one
with
that
my
Jove hit?
yes.
Okay, how would you like to do this?
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I see it like it's like a whole running start with it. And I feel like with my bonus action here, I'm actually going to do patient defense on this one. So I feel like as he's running, he's kind of like spinning it and building up momentum, and it's almost like helicopter style, like coming down on this thing, hitting it to the side as he continues to spin it to the left and to the right, as he's just kind of trying to draw their attention and like just kind of wait in order to try and parry what's coming at him.
Gotcha. All right, that's Roy's move. Nice move. Currently asleep. Jasper.
With my 40 feet, how far away can I get?
Since you're back with Jove, you could get to the one that's over there if you'd like.
Oh, I can? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will do that and make another sword attack. Oh my goodness, I'm rolling so good today. 18.
18 will do.
That's 8 slashing.
8 slashing. Yeah, you slash deep into it, and as you pierce through, you can see that like its skin has a disturbing amount of this like awful bristly fur, but it's not like fur. It's almost closer to like an arachnid, like a tarantula's spiny hairs. As you rip into part of it, and it's almost like sand pours out of this thing. Part of it gets whipped away by the air. Part of it falls into the cobblestone. It almost kind of like runs away, and other parts of it flake off.
Gross. That's my turn.
All right, then it is Freddy.
It's me. So I'm gonna use my movement to kind of get out of any direct running line for these things, because if they're running that fast and they're big boys, I don't want to be caught in the traps of their momentum.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can move out of the way.
And then guess. Wait, no, I didn't. Okay. Is anybody's health looking bad?
I'm about at half right now. I'm at 9 out of 17.
Yeah, you got time. Okay. Then, how many worm boys are there?
There's currently one worm boy.
One worm boy left.
Yeah, and with Rory and Jasper on each side of it.
Yeah. That's suspicious mockery. It. Wisdom save.
Right. Wisdom save. That is N -1. 10.
All right, that fails. Oh, wormy face is an ugly face. 3 psychic.
That is true.
Disadvantage on attack.
A wormy face is an ugly face.
Wormy face, wormy face.
Alrighty, right. That is Freddy's turn. That is Jove's.
All right, we're gonna bonus action move that hunter's mark onto the worm boy that is standing. He is going to use his attack action to chuck another javelin at the boy. And
Get him.
ooh, almost a crit, but that is 23.
23 will hit.
Ooh. For almost max for 15.
How would you like to do this?
Woohoo.
Oh god. So after seeing that after his like first javelin, it looked like it kind of had like passed through some of the worms. He's gonna try and eye the center of mass on this thing, like as best as he can. He's gonna try and hit this thing square in the chest, to make sure that whatever wormy bits don't just kind of space themselves apart. So he's gonna try and hit out whatever's in the middle of this thing.
Yeah, and your javelin hurls right through, and as this whole thing almost kind of, it's like every single worm just like loses its ability to stay together. It goes into this weird multi states of matter kind of form as they all kind of drop down, and it mixed with the other worm creatures' bodies. They begin to recede back in both like dust and ash and sand and just this just awful unnatural way, and they almost kind of bubble and glide and move back, and they're pulled back into that same building where the chanting is coming from. Um, we will say that we are technically still in initiative.
And then Jove will use the rest of his movement to close the distance between himself, Rornak, and I believe Jasper's up there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did we want to kill these sleeping boys? They're not dead. I didn't kill them. They're just asleep, so we still have to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, let's kill him.
Let's do this one first. He gave me the evil eye.
Yeah, absolutely. They're unconscious and prone. So just tell me how you want to do this.
I'm gonna let them the weapon folks take care of it.
Jove wants to kill whoever crit on him, that's for sure.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Jasper,
yeah.
Rory, and Jove. How do you each want to take down one of these? We'll say for this next round, that's what goes down.
Jove's going for the full orbital lobotomy straight into the side of the eye and pushing that ice pick of a spear straight through.
Rory is gonna pogo off the staff and just coming full down, just like both feet, just stomp straight into it.
Jasper is actually gonna grab her blade with both hands and swing down and like use the guard as a kind of blunt force instrument to just cave its head in.
It cracks open like a dry bit of earth, and the entire whole thing cracks open and dissolves. As the rest of your foes that you can see for the time being are now defeated. However, you all do notice the same kind of. It's almost like looking down to where these two other creatures have burst through. You can hear that same sort of chanting. There seems to be like the door kind of blows open as if a wind is coming from it. The windows rattle. There's a light that shines from it and a rushing sound accompanying as well.
Yeah, since Jasper's in the best shape, like she hasn't been touched yet, she looks at Thrundrazi and says, "Do you want us to escort you, or do you want us to kill whoever just summoned those?"
I believe anyone who would put these children into such harm's way deserves to be dealt with. Wouldn't you agree?
Wholeheartedly, and she fucking storms in.
And Thrindrazi turns to the rest of you. Well, don't let your companion go by herself. I promise. I'll be just fine.
A mercy for a mercy. I agree.
Thurndrazi, where are you going right now?
Oh, I will simply watch the streets while you deal with whatever is inside there. I promise, Freddy. I'll be just fine. You are so capable, are you not?
Yeah, and so are you, but that doesn't mean that you're safe out here. Anything could happen.
I'll be within eyeshot. Trust me.
Alright, don't be afraid to scream. It's not unwomanly like to scream for help.
I can promise that I don't have much practice in screaming, but I'll make it known. Um, and then that leaves just you, Jove.
Yeah, Jove is gonna collect himself after kind of standing over the top of the thing that he just killed, and he's gonna hop to and go right into that place.
As you all begin running towards this building, Thurndrazi, at a um, almost leisurely pace, follows behind, stopping down only to grab just a small pinch of what remains of these creatures left before putting it into a small kind of vial that she's pulled from her robes, and continues to walk towards that way. The rest of you, Jasper, then Rory, then Freddy, and then finally Jove, especially with your short little halfling legs, enter into this building. Looking inside, um, you see that the equipment here is smashed and scattered around the room. The tables, once holding this equipment, are all splintered and pushed into the walls. There's a dead body, mauled with a variety of wounds. It lies in the center amid this kind of rubble. The body has disturbed a strange circle drawn there, candles scattered around the body, and the body grips a torn page in its hands. Looking towards the four corners of the room, you see that they are filled with four different strange phenomenon. One is a fire raging in midair. Another is a floating globe of rippling water. A third, a whistling whirlwind. And then finally, a cascading column of sand. Um, Looking in here, you can see that every few seconds, these kind of elemental entities pulse. And when they do, the circle in the center of the building pulses in response.
We should probably stop that, yeah?
Do you have any recommendations as the magic one?
I still have Detect Magic up, because none of my other things... Actually, let me roll for concentration for the one hit that I took. What should I take? 5?
Yeah, DC 10.
Is it DC 10?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I dropped it then. So it'd take me another 10 minutes to get Detect Magic up. So yeah, if we wanted to stop it, well, first we should know what we're dealing with, so maybe he has something on him. So absolute first action, see if he's dead or just unconscious.
Go ahead and roll me a medicine check, Freddy.
For the
Freddy.
Jesus Christ. 1?
1.
Yeah.
Like a
As a
famous
crit fail
sci-fi.
with a +0 because I get half my proficiency. Otherwise, it would be a 0.
Yeah, with like a like a famous doctor on a sci-fi show once said, "He's dead, Jove." So
Yeah, he seems dead. So let's I guess look through his possessions to see if he has anything information wise that is important to us. And then if we happen to come across anything that's valuable in another way, we can think about possibly keeping that to look at later.
looking over his body, Freddy, you do find that there is a page in the hand of this corpse. Looking at it, you can see that it's got complex magical calculations in schools that you don't seem familiar with. However, there is a simple statement that's scrawled on the side of the page, and it reads: "The fundamental elements of our world are in constant, never ending conflict with one another. While one cannot feasibly exist without the other, neither can they exist when brought together. It's really terribly fascinating.
They're in conflict with each other and what?
They are in conflict. So I'll read the whole thing again.
Yeah.
The fundamental elements of our world are in constant, never-ending conflict with one another. While one cannot feasibly exist without the other, neither can they exist when brought together. It's really terribly fascinating.
Oh, so like, oh, you're the one reading it. Sorry.
They cannot exist because they're basically. Probably shouldn't put quotes around that, but I did.
Here,
So
let's help.
it doesn't really tell us what to do about this to make it good or bad. Oh, there it is. So it just kind of says, hey, the elements are good and they're bad. So
What is it?
you can.
Let me read it. I assume you do. I'll roll. I have the intelligence for this. She thinks for a second and says, "It sounds like if we take the elements that oppose each other, like fire and water, they'll like cancel each other out."
So, do we have to put the elements together? How would we do that exactly?
I have no idea.
Well, can we just like move these weird things in the corner of the room? What happens if we touch them?
Yeah, let's try and touch him.
I'll do it first. I'll touch water because I imagine that's the least likely to be painful. But
You
who knows?
you touch the water, and it is your hand goes through it. It is indeed water, and your hand moves through it, and then it goes back into that same kind of floating shape.
Hmm.
Well, maybe it needs a container or something. There's got to be something here. Maybe a cup.
I mean, I have like drinking water I could try to pour on the fire. So I'll do that.
You pour your drinking water onto the fire, and it and dissipates. And as you do, there's a pulse from the other elements, and from the center, there's this tearing noise as another one of these worm-faced creatures claws out.
Sweet Jesus.
So that is. Let me just real quick see what I say. That's about right. So, everybody, go ahead and roll me initiative again.
I'm sorry, everyone.
It's okay. This how it gonna go.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Kaya. So
Okay. That is.
So, Jasper. And then
My streak of having bad rolls is finally broken with this session.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Mine's not.
No, it sure isn't.
Jasper, you are first. This room is 20 by 20.
Okay.
So distance is not a problem. The four kind of elements are in each corner of the room. So,
Mm.
and this thing comes forth from the center.
Okay. Jasper's gonna draw her sword again. Takes a deep breath and breathes in and out and runs in front of this thing to get its attention and says, "You all should probably deal with the other elements or something, or it might keep summoning them." and take a swing.
Go ahead and make the attack.
Beautiful. 16.
16. 16 will do.
Beautiful. 9 slashing.
Yeah, you cut deep into it, doing a deep cut from across kind of the upper, both arms, like the upper part of it, through kind of the torso, and you can see like those kind of worm, parts just fall out, kind of like the hunters from Halo, I believe is the correct reference I'm looking for. And it's a deep cut, looking. It's not quite bloody, but you can see the strain on its form as some of these worms begin to fall off of it.
Okay. That's my turn.
All right, then it is Jove.
Okay. Jove was concentrating on Hunter's Mark this whole time, so he is going to bonus action to move that over to Worm Boy. If there's more than 5 feet in between him and the worm, he is going to pull out a javelin and do a javelin attack.
Up to you, buddy.
Yes. So okay, if there's some space, he's going to pull out the javelin and he's going to huck it at this guy.
Go ahead.
Ooh, that's going to be for 23.
Yeah.
And that's going to be
Beautiful.
great damage. 8 piercing.
8 piercing. Yeah, you throw this javelin and it sticks into it. The worm parts of it almost, it goes in, it sticks in, and you can see the worms are kind of going over it, almost pulling it into its body. It's almost using this javelin as like a base to maintain its form.
And then he's gonna, before he relinquishes his turn, he's gonna yell out and says, "Well, what if we need to fuck with all the elements at once?" And we'll pass it on.
All right, it is then Freddy.
I will run around the outside of the room to the element on the opposite side and just do vicious mockery at the thing.
All right. That's a natural 20, so it does not go.
It sure doesn't.
Still takes half damage though, right? On the
Nope, that's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah, no.
What element is on the opposite side from where we were, which was fire?
Water.
Okay, I'm gonna touch it, see what happens.
You touch water. And then your hand goes through it, and the water it doesn't even stick onto your hand. It goes back into the kind of floating sphere of water, this kind of rippling.
Okay. It doesn't change anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Then it is Rory.
Okay then. If I can, I'll go ahead and take a strike at the worm boy that is up right now.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. That is a 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
Nice. And then yeah, we'll use the bonus action on
Roll
that
your damage
as well.
first.
Okay, fair. That's 8 bludgeoning on
How
the
would you
first
like to do
attack.
this?
Beautiful. We're gonna come in with the staff. It's gonna be coming from the bottom up and just like get it around like where the chin would be and just absolutely just smear through the worms. Just hit a big chunk of it, just almost a waterfall up into the air.
Smear through the worms sounds like a metal song.
Smear through the worms.
Yes,
Yeah, as the
Yeah.
kind of worms fall from this and kind of hit everybody kind of in the vicinity, minus you, Freddy. The worms themselves almost have an ash-like appearance as they strike, and they just like a snowflake made out of ash. Just so you all have that kind of sooty look to you. but the creature is defeated.
All right, and with that, Ronik will move over towards what looks like the wind element and just say, "I think I can handle this one. I'll use my staff on it. It might work."
Okay, we're gonna stay in initiative for this and go to Jasper.
Rory, maybe your rock will work on the wind. Or not Rory, Joe, rather. But she doesn't really know what to do. Does she, in her adventure pack, does she have like a flint and steel?
Yes, you would.
Would it be too much to dig that out right now?
You can spend your, you need to. I would say to store everything away and pull that out. That'll be your turn. But yeah, you can get that out.
Okay, I'll pull those out and a torch.
Gotcha.
And then yeah, if I have anything else, I'll light it. But no, that's it.
All right, Jove.
Be abundantly clear. So when Jasper put water on the fire, it relinquished that element in the corner of the room.
It is no longer there. No.
No longer there. Okay. So if Rornak is at the wind, Freddy is at the water. Where's
Yeah.
Freddy at?
I'm
Freddy's
at water.
Okay, and then Okay, well then, hearing Jasper say the thing about the rock, he's gonna just kind of. It's not a rock, but I guess I'll try. And he'll fish out the dragon egg and try and like place it in the wind.
Are you currently concentrating on Hunter's Mark still?
I am.
Yeah, you put it on there. The wind blows past it, but does not cease.
Gotcha. So we'll pick it up off the ground because he trusted the wind. Clinks onto the ground. Well, folks, that's all I got. And then he's going to turn around and just be, without not actually taking the readying action, but he's ready for more warm boys to come out.
Gotcha. Freddy.
I'm gonna go over to the sand. I'm gonna just try and cup some sand in my hands and pull it out.
You cup some in your hands, and it's like a sieve. It eventually falls through kind of the cracks in your fingers and such, and goes back.
Okay, so I can't keep sand in my hands?
You cannot keep sand in your hands.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to take a tambourine that I have on me, a little drum. I'm gonna use it as like a fan to try and fan the sand.
And some air gets pushed onto this, and it blows the sand. The sand blows away, but this time it does not come back. And it once again you hear a awful tearing noise as another one of these worm creatures, god damn it, steps forward from the center of the room.
Jasper just like kneeling, like trying to get this torch lit.
Hi.
Run.
Freddy, that's your move.
Yep.
So we'll drop it down to Rory.
Okay, Rory will go ahead and hold out his bow staff into the wind.
And as it strikes, the wind hits the staff, and you can feel it shoot off to the other sides before the wind stops. There's another tearing noise as another one of these creatures comes through.
Oh, good. Two at once.
Yes. All right. But the wind does stop blowing.
Okay, cool. Well, with doing that, it's only fair for me to help with my mess, so we will head over to the worm boys and make an attack if I can. Yeah. So roll. Does an 11 do?
Does an 11 do? Just barely.
Okay.
Wow.
And then bonus action, that'll hit for 23. Ooh. Yeah, that's 12 bludgeoning total.
Yeah, absolutely. You use the wall kind of like that vine where the kid jumps off of it and kicks that kid right in the face. This time it's you use that, but you keep the staff there as kind of like a like a daisy, like what is it, the maypole, like you maypole around it, and you bring both feet and pop pop, drive straight into this. And if this creature had any bones, you surely would have broken it, but you just burst through as it kind of its worms slide into the other one. It pulls back, and it's got this awful, just crooked, malformed face as the worms are trying to put its back together.
Yeah. Also, actually, I need to re-roll the damage on that. If I couldn't use the staff there, I need to re-roll that one's damage.
No, it's fine.
So.
You can
Oh,
keep
okay.
the staff in there. That's fine. That's more flavor.
Okay, all good. Just wanted to check.
Ja. All right, then it is Roy. You're taking 2 attacks, as that thing did not like what you just did there.
That's fair.
First one is a 17.
Do hit.
Second one is a 14.
Does not hit.
All right, you'll take 4 points of piercing damage as the worms all open up and its mouth turns more into almost like a caricature of like sharp pointed teeth as it bites into you, right into the leg as you burst through it, like reforms enough to bite you kind of in the outer thigh, and you land as a chunk of your leg comes with it.
Gross.
Oof.
Yeah, we're a little low on health now, but should just keep getting rid of the elements. We'll do okay, y'all.
Then it is the other one who is now going to attack you, Jasper. It is going to make one bite. God damn it. That's a 9.
Yeah. It doesn't even get through her armor.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure, but it doesn't break through. So it's going to try to use one of its claws. That's a 7. So you're feeling this thing. It just like wraps around you from the back, almost kind of like a bear bearing down on you.
Ugh.
And you can feel it as you're like pushed forward, but it's not getting through your armor. But you can feel this whole thing writhes and writhers like on you.
Ugh. Gross.
Back to the top with Jasper.
Okay, we're gonna draw our sword. Actually, she didn't even sheath it. It's just like on the ground next to her, so she'll pick it up and try to whip around and slash this thing.
Do it.
That's a 14 to
That'll
hit.
hit.
Beautiful. And that's 8 slashing.
8 slashing. Got it. Yeah, you cut into you like cleave off part of one of its arms, and just like as like the arm hits the ground, it like breaks apart into all these worms that begin heading back to the main body, as it kind of stands on one large arm and looks at you. Now you get a really close look at it. It's like the front of the face is far too flat and actually almost kind of comes in, and like it breaks forward, not quite like Predator style, but just this lack of any sort of solid structure opens up, and it's just black, writhing darkness inside of its mouth.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Jasper sees that Rory's struggling. She's gonna stay here for now. That's it.
Got you. Jove.
Jove. Jove is going to use his bonus action to move the hunter's mark toward to the worm boy that was on Rornak.
Okay.
And then he is going to use the same javelin that he killed the first one in this room with to throw it through this guy. That's a crit fail, but I'm a halfling, so in BD.
Oh my God.
In BD. Much better. That's a 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Wow.
Silly.
So that is 6. That is 10 piercing on the one engaged with Runic.
Yeah, this time you throw it there, and it actually you hear the sound of your other javelin that was in this creature drop. As your second one opens it up, and just the two halves of it cannot stay together as they fall in the. It's almost like a small rain of these kind of awful, dark, fleshy colored worms, and begin to get kind of like pulled down into the ground, leaving only the one there.
Yeah, and then he's just going to kind of stay where he is.
Gotcha.
And end his turn.
Freddy.
Yeah, so they're are they both up?
Only one of them is up.
Only one of them's up, but he's been like pretty badly hurt. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He's currently missing
Um.
one limb.
Then I'm just gonna use my last spell slot to heal Rory.
Thank you.
I should step back from that ledge, my friend. Hey, that was my worst healing roll of the whole campaign. You get healed for 4.
I get healed for the damage I just took. Thank you.
Yeah, you immediately feel that kind of spearminty green, and you can feel the kind of the thickness return to your thigh.
I'll take it.
All right. That's a bonus action. What would you like to do with your action?
It is bonus action.
Yeah.
Action, I'll just Vicious Mockery the one that's up.
All right. That is. It rolls a.
At this point, I'm just shouting worm face at these things.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
It's not. It's not as effective as you would like. 'Cause that's a 15.
Yeah.
Worm
No,
face.
They're bad and they should feel bad.
Uh,
That's it.
okay, Rory, your move.
Yeah,
Okay. My move. We're gonna attack the last big worm boy that's up currently. With a 14 to hit.
Yes.
Cool. That's 8 bludgeoning.
How would you like to do this?
Yay.
Beautiful. I can't keep coming up with ways to hit things with the staff, man.
Welcome to martial
You're gonna need to
classes.
carry more weapons.
I know, right? Well, it'll be fun once I'm like at a more martial art die that's even with it, because then I can start just come up with fun ways to just punch things,
True.
basically.
Really
Or
sear the worms.
yeah, man. I like I'm like trying to think of a move that like Keelik or someone uses from
Oh
Soul
my
Calibur.
gosh.
Yeah.
Just big overheads.
Literally.
Spam over.
It's like it's a weed whacker thing. Like he's doing like the rotations on the pole, but like moving it into it basically, like buzzsaw through.
Oh, he's doing the rotations on the pole, is he?
You turn yourself
Yes.
into a
Another one of
Beyblade.
those
You're
odd
actually,
jobs.
Another odd job.
Yeah, you begin the spin, and it just like knocks ping 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 ping, like you're moving up from it's like feet upwards, and you're just these worms are just getting thrown side to side as you kind of spin through it, and just blow it apart with your bow staff
Beautiful.
until there's nothing left.
And I believe there's one element left, right? Is it the water?
The water, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't have anything in particular on me for that, so I'll just say, anyone got any lights? Any
Yeah, I'm
fire?
working on it.
Jasper's getting the together.
Speaking of which, Jasper, it's your move.
Yeah, she sheathes her sword and drops back down, lights the torch, and brings it over to the water and sticks it in.
As another one of these creatures, as the last element, the kind of center of it lights up. One of these creatures comes through, and then all the light for the thing, the circle fades as it's left right here. That is. Did I finally? All right. I didn't actually get to use one of these. Okay. Jasper will say that takes your action to get all of that done.
I assumed that would be basically everything, yeah.
Yep. Jove, it is your move.
Okay, reclaiming one of the javelins that he just chucked, he is going to move that hunter's mark over to the new worm boy, and would you believe that he's going to throw another javelin?
I would.
He's been quite consistent with those.
Ooh. I thought I crit failed again, but it's just an 11. Plus, so that's going to be 15.
15. Yeah, that'll hit.
For 5, for 9 piercing.
9 piercing. Gotcha. Jove, as you you see, your javelin strike into this, feeling that kind of strength of your arm, you feel a set of claws. This awful just behind you. As yeah, there it is. Jove, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Relatively good at such things. Ooh, there we go. That is a 22, boss.
22. You indeed save. Are you resistant to poison?
I sure as hell am.
Indeed.
Hell
you
yeah.
are.
Stout resilience.
All right. So minus half. 8, 9, and then minus. Only for 1. Jove, you take 9 points of piercing damage and 4
Holy
points
shit.
of poison
Whoa.
damage.
On a save with resistance.
All right, 9 and 4. That
Awful.
actually puts Jove on his back.
As these 2 claws, you see them poke kind of through your chest, Jove. Not quite in the heart, but you just see just the very points as you. As the claws are pulled back from you. Behind Jove is this tiny creature. It's almost got bat-like wings, insectoid-like eyes, 4 of them. Its facial features pulled taut across like this awful bat insectoid creature put together as it flies and attaches to the wall about 10 feet above you all. Just as Jove hits the ground, unconscious. Freddy, it is you. Actually,
Yeah.
no, it's not. It's my
It's
turn
not
again.
me.
Yeah. So this one, let's see. Jove, you're down. It was you, Jasper. Jasper, you're taking 2 attacks.
Yeah.
The first one, that is a 15.
Shield.
The second one, that is a 19.
That'll do.
That'll do. The claws this time, the bite doesn't go through, but now that it has you locked in place, it drives its claws into you. You take 6 points of slashing damage.
Okie doke.
And once again, you can feel, now that you can feel that claw, like you can feel the writhing as it like digs deeper into the skin.
Ugh.
Now it is you, Freddy.
Well, used all my spell slots, used all my bardic inspirations, so I can vicious mockery.
What would you like to vicious mockery?
Oh yeah, with my rules, I'm not gonna hit with any of that shit. Maybe the dagger, but no, we'll do vicious mockery. So what is there? There's the little thing, and is there still a worm guy? Is that what it is?
Yes, there's a worm guy and this tiny bat insectoid-like creature.
Let's do the insect.
All right, I will make that. Oh,
Bug face.
that is only a 10.
Haha! You take 4 psychic.
Foresight.
And disadvantage. Scrub.
Gotcha. Takes 4 with disadvantage. And its attention turns to you as it like its whole body
Fuck.
like shudders, and its neck kind of twists in this counterclockwise angle till it's almost flipped upside down.
In that case, I'm going to use as much movement as I can to get as far away from it as possible, even though it's still going to be able to get to me. That's what I would do.
That is indeed what Freddy would do. That is canon. That is TM TM TM. Moving from Freddy is Rory.
Alrighty. I am gonna go ahead. I'm gonna focus on the worm boy because I imagine he's still right by me.
Oh
So I'm
yeah,
gonna make.
baby.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make an attack on him.
Would he
Uh,
be flanking since it was attacking me?
Yeah, I can give you flanking on that.
Nice.
So is that advantage then?
Yes,
Or
indeed.
nice. So that's a 19 to hit on that.
It does.
Ooh, and that's for 9 bludgeoning on just that. Is it still standing?
How would you like to do this?
Nice.
Oh man, it's like this time coming down, it's almost like a full like golf swing effect. So I just like coming from behind it, it doesn't even see it coming as I just come down with the staff and just golf swing the head straight across the room.
And it almost like you have the birthday party of effect on Halo. Like it almost confettis out in awful dark flesh colored worms.
Yay!
Yay!
Beautiful. And then the bug-like creature that's out and about here.
Mhm.
Is it down low where I could actually hit it, or is it like in the sky?
It
at
is
this
on
point?
the ceiling currently, but it is out of your range.
Okay. Gotcha. Um hmm. It's not really a whole lot else I can do other than, well, I know Jova's down and I saw him go down. So I'll head over to his side right now. So I definitely can't get him up, but I'll start like putting the staff on my back and like getting ready to get into my herbalism kit to help him out on the next turn.
Absolutely. Jasper.
She's gonna draw one of her hand axes with her main hand and throw it at the bug.
See if you got this.
Shit, that's really not good, so we're gonna use the Bardic Inspiration. Nice, that was ideal for 12?
12 is not going to do.
Okay.
You see it and it right next to it. It's actually sticking into the ceiling. Probably a
Okay.
good 3 inches into the roof.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Jove, make me a death saving throw.
Ooh, that is a 13.
Success.
Speaking of Jove, 9 on a double reduction, like that might have killed you.
Yeah!
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
The piercing didn't get reduced. The poison, however, yes, that poison would have been very nasty were it not for your resistance. Even worse if you had failed that.
Oof.
So, the creature makes that and woof, suddenly disappears from your guys' sight. It is now Freddy's turn.
Well, shit. Um. Doo-doo-doo. I don't have much to do. Is the worm boy still up?
No, he is not.
Okay. So I really don't have anything to do since I can't see it. So I'm going to just cast a light on the floor where I'm standing, and now run to the other side.
you do.
You know, when I have nothing else to do, might as well just try some kind of lure.
All right. Then it is Rory's turn.
Yeah, alrighty. So I will go ahead and make a medicine check to try and help stabilize Joe.
Go for it.
And that is gonna be a 15.
A 15. That does work. You're able to stabilize Jove. You're looking at it, and for better or for worse, just the small size of this creature. Um, if this was a bigger creature, had like a small or medium sized creature stuck its hands through Jove's chest, it might have torn out part of his heart. But because the hands are so small, it's almost on each it's almost on each side of the sternum, missing the heart. So you're able to start getting that patched up. So Jove, you're currently stabilized, just not conscious.
Gotcha.
All right. Then it is back to the top with Jasper.
She's gonna call out. We should clump up around Job for now, just in case anyone gets surprise attacked again. And we'll do such.
All right. Then moving on down. Jove, you're stabilized but unconscious. Freddy. So it has disadvantage on the attack, but it's invisible, so it has advantage. So that balances out to just a flat roll against you.
It sure does.
Oh, okay. That is a 16.
Yeah, that does it.
All right, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Jesus.
Probably not going to pass. It's an 11.
An 11? That does actually pass.
Oh,
Thank God.
So you are not poisoned. You will take half of the damage though. So, but you do not have the poison condition. You take 4 points of piercing damage, and half of. See that. And 3 points of poison damage.
Oh.
As this thing, once again, you can feel it through the back. It doesn't pierce all the way through the chest because you are. This time, because with this disadvantage, doesn't pierce all the way through, but you feel two and like tiny wriggling points of pain from each of its claws pulls up, but you're able to kind of tighten up your whole body and clutch and move forward to turn around, and you're able to stave off this kind of burning poison that is trying to go through your veins right now. It is right there. It is going to hop back up to the ceiling. You do have an opportunity of attack if you'd like to use your reaction, Freddy.
I would.
Yeah,
I'm
go
going
for
to
it.
use my dagger
Go for
because
it.
of how bad my rolls are. I should probably do the one that I have the highest bonus with. Oh! My highest roll of the campaign. An 18 for a 22 to hit.
That will fucking hit. That will fucking hit.
Get him.
For 6 piercing. Get
How do you want to
wrecked,
do
noob.
this?
Oh,
Freddy.
I'm gonna kill with a dagger. All right.
Freddy spaghetti.
So he's gonna stab him, and Freddy's done being stabbed in the chest. Okay. Just takes out his dagger, and as it's flying away, just kind of like almost like letting go of it so that it like catches it while it's flying away, but doesn't quite need to because it's just within range. But just kind of like thrusts his arm up into the abdomen of the insect thing and just like catches it, and it's like trying to fly away, but it's like stuck on the dagger, and Freddy's just gonna throw it to the ground with the dagger.
The dagger sticks straight into the ground. There's a thum as this thing tries to claw and get off, and it starts to pull, but it just rips in deeper and further, and eventually pulls itself off of the dagger, and it's almost like opens it up like a big triangle. The wings on each side, fluttering at asymmetric time periods. It's as it dies. And that is where we're going to end it for tonight.
Yay!
Yay.
Well done, guys. So I owe you a little bit of experience and such from our last adventure. So, for finishing our which one was that? That was Envy, right? Right? It was
It was
indeed.
the one where we go into the water.
Go into the water, like a good Metalocalypse song. Yes, that one was Greed Like Fathomless Water.
Yes.
So, for defeating 4 bullywugs and 2 giant frogs, solving the puzzles without any hints, and rescuing Lyrene, everybody add 115 experience points.
115.
Also, jot down that pearl is worth, when you guys fence it, 100 gold pieces.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And Freddy, the potion that you have on your possession is a potion of water breathing.
Ooh.
Ocean of water breathing.
And then everybody go ahead and... Huh?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Go ahead and add 5 downtime days. And that's it for that last adventure. We will finish up the end of this last adventure, Fear Like Dark Oblivion. When we
Did we get
return
any gold besides how much the pearl is worth?
you did get 100 gold from Equars, which you split up between the 4 of you
25
for 25.
each?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you sell the pearl and split it between you guys 4 ways, it'll be 50 gold pieces a piece. So we'll just jot that down for later. All right. Well, let's say our good nights.
Good night, chat.
Well, good night, chat.
Nighty night, chat.
Good night, chat.
And to another TV viewer, Bibby Thumps, Casino Thanks, Droop Dog, E Harabs, EHRABZ, Electrical Longboard, Extra More, Had This Too, Ice Wizards, Joint Effort, still funny, Lemon Juices 12, and Rubber Slayer. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back a week from today on the 24th of January at 5:30, as we do, for the end of Fear Like Dark Oblivion and our first adventure outside of what we usually refer to as Tutorial Island. The mini adventures are over. We begin our journey.
Finally, we're out of Tutorial Island. Ugh.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah.
God.
That really felt like a tutorial.
I know. I've been wondering, like, man.
Man,
When
when
are
is
we
this
really
gonna
going to turn
get
this
down?
up?
Yeah.
So good night, chat. Thank you so much. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.